Hey guys, Juju22 here, and that was from, of course, Beethoven's Fifth Symphony. And anyway, let's take a look and see who we have in the chat. We have Carlos Larry, we have Patty and Brandon, and then Joshua James. The famous Dakota Sheldon is here, as is the famous Tenu. No, all of you guys are famous. But yeah, it's great to see you guys. And oh, you have Kirby Air Riders there, Joshua. Awesome. Well, I'm happy to say that you are one of the first 8 people in our first match, actually. And then, of course, Dakota, you have a match of your own. Right here, the fourth match. As does Carlos is in that same match too. And Patty is, of course, in the semi-main event. Or actually, I mean, it's everything. Actually, it is the main event. What am I talking about? And then, of course, we have uh, Spike Ryan, Brenda, and Cheyenne. But yeah, you guys are going to be in action tonight. Okay. Oh, that's Maddie. Okay. I had to get used to the fact that, anyway, it's. And of course, Maddie's going to be in action. But anyway, without any further ado, we're going to get right to it. So let's do it. So as these guys come in, I'm just going to invite each of them, except for Joshua and Brandon, just because they're here. But I'll invite everybody else. So while we do that, let's get right to it. Of course, this is for the European Championship, a championship that hadn't been defended in a while, so we got to defend that. In the meantime, let me do this. Let me make sure. Just want to make sure I'm not too loud or anything like that. Okay. And while I'm doing that, and also hello to Junior the Disney fan. Oh, I saved Maddie. Oh, yeah, you said that in the wrestling series chat, but I'm just gonna reach out to those who are in this match. Um, anyway. Okay. Okay, looks like it's still loading. Cool, cool. And let me catch up on the chat. Because I'm not letting your I was gonna say, Junior, and I didn't want I was gonna say it, but I decided not to, but I'll say it here because this is my channel, and that is I would have thought for all the times that you've been grounded for the last 6 months, you would know how not to get grounded, but I guess not. Mm. Yeah, it's been yep, the European Championship has been with the many superstars that it's had, and there were some that I even forgot about, honestly. But looking back, I'm like, okay, maybe I can see why. But there was one that was absolutely terrible, and that was Midian, which don't look him up. I'm not gonna waste your breath there, but yeah. And anyway, oh yeah, that's right. Let me get Sean Sanders. I gotta get prime time here. Anyway, oh, and up first is Brandon Cuevas, a former Blue Toad Wrestling World Champion and Intercontinental Champion, and I think the only title he hasn't won is the Mushroom Kingdom Championship, but otherwise he's a decorated champion in his own right. I prefer not to answer, Tenu. Wait, wait, what? What's your favorite cut? Oh, I see. Hey, what's up, Ricky? But anyway, what's up, Ricky and Sonic McCracken? Okay, me. Who else am I forgetting? Oh yeah, Brandon himself. What am I? How silly of me. Also, let me know if the uh, if the stream starts to go kaput, which I hope doesn't happen. Oh yeah, Arkham. How's your day? I'm doing pretty well though, but yes, I am ready for Thanksgiving though. Oh, you got a new headset. Ooh, cool. Who knows? Hopefully we'll get to hear you and we'll get to get a more we'll get to hear your beautiful voice. And I seriously mean that. I think you have a wonderful voice, man. Like I'm not joking. Anyway, up next is Arkham 500. Okay. And let me check on the chat again. Hey, what's up, Crims? Well, sorry, Asriel Black. I know it says Crimson Ninja in the chat, but nonetheless, though, great to see Asriel Black. That's the Crimson Ninja in the chat. And then, of course, we have Joshua James himself. And who else am I forgetting? Um, oh, of course, Dragonheart. I have to go to his new account because, well, okay. No offense to the others. No, I knew it. I knew. All right, let's see who else we have in the chat. You had a new head. You can't you can't take aspirin right now. You gotta wait at least 2 more hours. Oh no. Do I know? Do you know Joel? Uh, Charles Joel? Oh, I've heard of him, but if you're asking me what his YouTube handle is, I don't know. I really wouldn't know. But here's someone that you'll know right now is the husband of one Violet Utaker. This is Lucian Utaker, and that is of course the youngest of all the brothers, or at least I'm not sure if he's the youngest or if Jack Utaker, who's not even with us or signed with the promotion, is the youngest, but he's one of the youngest ones. I know that. And he's the youngest that is signed. And am I forgetting anybody? All right, cool. All right, well, that's all the people I need to get. Let me check my video quality, making sure everything's good. All right, cool. All right. I realize I forgot to turn on the. Let me turn it down. Not too. I had to turn it down just a little bit more. But up next is Sonic McCracken. And of course, here he is, closer to Sonic than in any of his other incarnations, and I'm doing pretty well though. Better today than this past week. Oh, okay. Well, we'll definitely relax and definitely sit back and enjoy the ride there, Patty. But yep, there is Sonic McCracken. I mean, I will say he definitely looks fly with that jacket. So this match is it's called a Japanese battle royal because instead of throwing your opponents over the top rope and out, the object is to pin or submit your opponents in the ring. That's really what this is. You're watching MJ's stream, and he's in game chat on Switch 2. A New York, New Jersey accent. Yeah, I see that. And then there's that's Alicia. Hey, what's up, Alicia? But it's also for not the Intercontinental, sorry, the European Championship. The European Championship is on the line to whoever wins this. Shades of WCW versus NWO World Tour. Oh yeah, I might. Yes, you are booked, and as a matter of fact, Joker, you are booked in the main event, and it's for the Four Kings Championships. It's been somewhat overdue, but that was just because the other members, mainly AJ, uh, and some of the others were in other matches. Or rather, Tomara, as well as Caliber, as well as yourself, Joker, were in other matches in the previous Super Show that we had, and that was capital investment. But now that, but this show is to, um, what's the word? Take care of loose ends, if you will. And also, hey, what's up, Captain Danger? And then, of course, you have a former Intercontinental and a former undisputed Universal Champion. Of course, that later became the WWE Universal Championship, the Blue Toad Wrestling controlled version of it. But nonetheless, though, a former champion in both those respects, as well as an Intercontinental Champion um, in Cyberspace Federation as well, and Total Nonstop Action Wrestling World Champion, among other accolades there. And then, of course, there you see the man of the hour, the man with the power, and the man who's too sweet to be sour. He also comes from Brooklyn. And, of course, hey, what's up, Wally? And, of course, the championship he's going to be defending is the European Championship, which, of course, as mentioned, he hasn't defended in a while, so this will get a good chance to be defended in quite some time. But it's great to see you, Wally. And yes, I know what you're going to ask. You're going to ask, TJ, am I booked? Yes, you are booked. And I'm happy to say that that is the case. But yeah, welcome to the show, Wally. And But I think it was Junior the Disney fan that asked if I was ready for Thanksgiving. I can tell you that for certain that I am. I'm very I'm looking forward to it, really. All right, match underway, and the object, like I said, is to pin or force your opponents to submit and be the last man remaining after all others have been eliminated. And then Kaiser Hart says, Patty. Or Patty. Oh, speaking of Patty, I was going to ask Patty if I could give her a second attire to match the one that Dragonheart did in, or Dragonheart did for NWA. That's up to Patty, though. I still have her default outfit, though. Back to the match, though. And then Empress Alicia is ready for Thanksgiving. And of course, right now Spike and Joshua are fighting each other. Ooh, nice back suplex. All right. Of course, I'll have to take my time with that. And well, clotheslined over the top rope, but you can't be eliminated that way. You have to be pinned. But anyway, Sean Sanders is gonna get right back in, and oh, nice snapshot onto. I was gonna say, yeah, if that's what your Patty wishes. Yep, of course. Yeah, just wanted to make sure that the stream was running smoothly. Another pin attempt, but broken up. But it's not a one-fall match. This is to eliminate your opponents. Anyway, a pinfall on Arkham. 1, 2. Nope. And, ooh, nice Dragon Twist Cutter onto Spike Ryan. 1, 2. No, kick out. Wait, who's Darcy? Oh, wait, is that Ryo's woman? And wait a minute, oh well, okay, so Ryo was in a grounded abdominal stretch, but he got out of it. Anyway, a lung blower and a pin onto the champion. Nope, kick out. One of the three. Oh, come on, I will say this, Ryo. Well, oh no, wait a minute. Arkham 500's already out. I didn't see who eliminated him, but he's out apparently. Well, yeah, it is elimination though. Well, Leo, I forget if I still have. I think I still have your original look, but I now have space. Whereas before, if you'd had asked me that, like a week or 2 or 3 weeks ago, I probably would have said, "Well, I need to make some space," but I've made some space, so I can bring you back. So I'll have to get you though. 1, 2, nope. And then Joshua gets thrown out, but you can't get eliminated by being thrown out. You have to be pinned, so Joshua can get back in. 1, 2, nope, kick out by Brandon Cuevas. Another pin, but this time to Sonic. 1, nope, kick out by Sonic. And then the golden bomb onto Ryo. 1, 2, no, kick out. And then a Dragon Twist Cutter, this time to Sean Sanders. And then referee going for the pin, but who's she counting? Oh, that was Sean Sanders who got pinned. Sean Sanders is out. The champion is out. So that means we're going to have a new champion, and it's either going to be Sonic, Sonic McCracken, Spike Ryan, Ryo, Brandon Cuevas, Joshua James, or Lucian Utaker. So one of these 6 men will be the new champ. But I gotta say, Sean Sanders did pretty well. I mean, he has defended the championship in house shows, so it's not like he's never defended it. But it hasn't been defended in on television for a while, though. Oh, and a hard whip right to. Oh, misses the Superman punch. Oh, I don't know if you saw that, but Spike Ryan had the brass knuckles, a kick out by Lucian. 1, 2, no. And in all 3 men who got pinned all kicked out at some point. Unbelievable. I'm just checking my phone in case someone's trying to message me. And a flying forearm. And then a moonsault onto the back of Ryo. And then a lung blower. Yeah, yep, absolutely there, Spike Ryan. Well, out goes Lucian. Lucian gets eliminated by Brandon Cuevas. Now we're down to 5. And then Ryo, I forget what, I'm not sure what Ryo calls it, but he goes for a pin on Spike Ryan. 1, 2. And Spike Ryan kicked out, barely, but he kicked out. And Spike Ryan thrown out, but again, you can't get eliminated by being thrown out. You have to get pinned in the ring or forced to submit. Anyway, a pin onto Sonic McCracken. 1, 2. Nope, kick out by Sonic McCracken. But if anything, this will give Spike Ryan a little chance to rest. But, of course, he'll have to get back in, which he does. A Dragon Twist Cutter onto Brandon. 1, 2. No, kick out by Brandon. And then, ooh, a drop kick to the knee. Oh, and a discus forearm onto Joshua. Oh, nice detonation kick there by Sonic McCracken. Nope. And, of course, Sonic using that, using the roll that he does. 1, 2. Oh, and the spin dash. That's what I was trying to say. Spin dash. I just didn't have the right name for it. Nice sling blade onto Brandon Cuevas. And now Sonic trying to take out Brandon Cuevas' big legs. Ooh, nice spin kick by Brandon. But then the Death Rider onto Spike Ryan. 1, 2. And Spike Ryan eliminated by Brandon Cuevas thanks to the Death Rider. Now we're down to the final 4. And of course Cheyenne not too happy about it, but hey, I mean he made it as far as he did, and that is something that you can applaud him for. Oh! I don't know if you saw that, but Ryo just spat in the face of Joshua James, the Mist, and now it just makes Joshua James look like a Smurf. Well, out goes Brandon Cuevas. He gets eliminated by Ryo. Now we're down to 3, and a moonsault. Well, Cheyenne's going to help Spike to the back. Now a pin onto Sonic McCracken. 1, 2. No. I don't know what is it with Sonic McCracken, but he's showing me that he is the toughest SOB that ever came from Green Hill Zone. And then a drop kick. Well, I wouldn't say I wouldn't call it an upset. I mean, Ryo is a former world champion, so I really wouldn't call it an upset. No, if anyone is poised for an upset, it's got to be Sonic McCracken, because, you know, Joshua, as mentioned before, he's a former Intercontinental Champion and a Tag Team Champion. But no, Ryo's a former world champion at the very least. And of course, Ryo being one of the few guys that can more than match up speed with Sonic McCracken. And now they're going to double team Ryo with a double DDT. Crack the code onto Joshua. 1, 2. And Joshua's eliminated by Sonic McCracken. Now we're down to Ryo and Sonic McCracken. But also give Joshua some credit, lasting as long as he did. And now Sonic, I'm not sure what he's doing. Oh, he's going for a crossface. Can he get this one? Oh, he's got that thing wrenched, but can he get it? And he got it. And Sonic did it. Sonic McCracken has won his first ever championship in Blue Toad Wrestling, and it's the European Championship. Yeah, definitely. Yes, you won. Yes, yes, yes. I don't wait. What? Oh, Sonic is about to say something. He's saying, "Adrian, I've done it. I've done it, Adrian." Nah, just kidding. No, I'm not sure what Sonic has to say. Hopefully, we'll get a word from Sonic on how he feels winning his first championship. But what a match! But I give credit to Ryo making it as far as he did. What an incredible first match, though. But we still have more to come, and that includes Riley and Wally and Stargamer teaming up on one side to take on Space Ghost and the Brella Squad, the tag team champions, Professor Kyle Akers, and Rob Gamer. So I'm going to let those guys know. So let me get them in. I'm just going to let them in right now. So while I'm doing this, you guys can go get some snacks and stuff like that. All right, let me check on the chat. You're gonna remain neutral for this one. All right, cool. But yeah, Wally's here. Oh yeah, that's right, Wally's here. What am I talking about? Let me also get Riley, the famous Riley. Let me get him. Okay, let me get the, and then let me get Mr. Starman or Star Gamer. And then who else? Oh yeah, that's right. And then Kyle Akers, and then Rob. Let me just get Mr. Kyle Akers, or Professor Kyle, as it is. And then last but not least, the man the and last but not least, let me get Rob. All right, let's see. Who do we have here in the chat? We have Against All Odds. What's up? Yeah, definitely about. Yeah, definitely be careful with Discord hacked accounts. It's not a fun thing. Anyway, let's get right to it. Sorry for the wait there. I was just letting the people in this match know that they are in this. The fellas that are in it. All right, so let's find out. Let's show them out. But I'm doing pretty well there, Odds. I was about to ask the same thing, but anyway, up first is Stargamer. And of course, I am in the works of getting him a Koopa in the Bank briefcase made for him, or to find one that is custom made out of character. So if you're wondering where the case is, that's where it is. But there you see Stargamer. And for those wondering, like, why the color scheme? Like, why does he have blue along with yellow gloves? Well, of course, that's to match the colors of Rosalina, and then of course her blonde hair. Oh, or rather the stars or the Lumas in Galaxy. Which you know what? Speaking of Stargamer, and there you see Riley, and I still don't know why he brings a pipe to the ring. Perhaps maybe it's a pipe dream. But no, I will say that my good friend Stargamer invited me to be part of a viewing party to see the the trailer for the new Super Mario Galaxy movie, which I thought that was awesome. Hey, what's up, Jesse Jackhammer? And of course, Jesse, you're going to be in action tonight in solo action. And it's the rematch for the Mushroom Kingdom Championship. But then, of course, we have Wally. 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 Yeah, there's Wally. And of course, Wally, even though now normally Wally would be teaming up with his teammates in the SWO, of course, both of them are going to be in separate matches. So uh, this kind of left Wally by himself. So I was like, all right, let's put Wally on a team for the time being. And we'll see how he does with Stargamer and Riley as his teammates. Hopefully Wally's watching, or if he's going back and forth between this and another show, I'm not sure. Let me check on the chat, or let me check on the. There we go. Just wanted to make sure. Okay, there we go. I just want to give a heads up, TJ. Well, what's that? That's all I could ever ask of you, Maddie. But up next are the reigning Blue Toad Wrestling World Tag Team Champions. The man with the green hair and the lab coat, that is Professor Kyle Akers. And the man with the top hat and the tuxedo is Rob Gamer. And they are the Brella Squad. Wally, or my favorite cartoon character of all time, Space Ghost. Oh, well, this is a 3-on-3 match, actually, Patty, but you'll see. But anyway, so it's the team of Wally, Riley, and Stargamer against the Brella Squad and their tag team partner, Space Ghost. When I first saw Space Ghost, I'm not going to lie, for those who are new, I never knew, I didn't know that Space Ghost was really his own thing. I just thought he was kind of like Batman from Wish, but it turns out he actually came from as far back as the 60s when Hanna-Barbera, the production team, led by the men named Hanna and Barbera, created him and a couple of his adversaries, which I didn't know he was really his own thing. But of course, Space Ghost would go on to be part of what later turned out to be Adult Swim, and he had his show called Space Ghost Coast to Coast, which I thought it was different because I was not used to that. Like, I was used to like watching Scooby Doo or the Flintstones or the Jetsons back on Cartoon Network. Of course, this was when they were doing things that Boomerang was doing more often than they do now. Anyway, matchup underway, and it starts out with Kyle and Stargamer to start out with. And of course, this is under Survivor Series rules, so it's until one team is completely eliminated. And whoa, nice spin kick, and then gets one on Rob Gamer, gets a cheapie on Rob. And then he tags out to Riley. I mean, for most of these guys, they don't really have anything against each other. If anything, it's more like an all-star game, if nothing else, with the tag team champions and Space Ghost against, three talented men in Wally, Riley, and Stargamer. And I'm not sure what Riley was going to do, but he got chop blocked, only for him to kick, Kyle's head. Although Kyle, wait, what's Kyle doing? Kyle going for the sharpshooter. And it looks like Alicia and Patty are saying hello to each other. But I'll never forget the memories of Patty and Jennifer, the Grandma Squad. I love that. But then Riley with a leg breaker. Well, so far it's been Kyle Akers that's been in since the start. So he might want to tag out. Then a stomp right to the arm of Riley. And a pin. One. Nope. Let me check to see. Okay, cool. Just want to make sure that the thing was going. So it looks like Riley's outside, and now Kyle Akers is outside, Professor Kyle. And then Riley gets his head slammed on the apron, the hardest part of the ring. And then wow, Riley was just being all tranquilo about it. But that just gave him some time to throw Professor Kyle back inside the ring and then take out Rob Gamer for the moment on the floor. And then, nice European uppercut to Kyle, Professor Kyle. Then a suplex to Professor Kyle. And then a quick tag to Rob Gamer. And then, nice kick there to Riley. And now Rob just laying the smackdown on Riley. Oh, but then Riley gives it right back to Rob Gamer. Pause. There, pause. All right, now a tag to Space Ghost. So now we have Space Ghost in the ring for the first time. So there you see there you see Patty's hero, Space Ghost. Ooh, nice counterpunch there by Riley. And then Riley tags out to Stargamer. All right, so you have a man in space and a star. How apropos. But now Stargamer. Well, I'm not sure what Stargamer was going to do, but Space Ghost was not going to let him do it. But then, stomp right to the arm. And then a knee to the arm. Ooh, kick right to the body. All right, not a problem there, Alicia. Thank you for coming in. And then a small package driver onto onto Stargamer. But now a crossface onto Stargamer. And then, well, broken up by Wally. Then a quick tag to Kyle, Professor Kyle. But now what's he doing? Well, whatever he was going to do, it was countered. Oh, and a clothesline that knocked out Stargamer, and Stargamer's out. And then a pin onto Kyle. 1, 2. No, kick out. All right, well now Stargamer's eliminated, and that just leaves it down to Riley and Wally to face off against the Brella Squad and Space Ghost, and broken up by Space Ghost. But yeah, the guy that looks so that the guy that looks like a spike creature, that is Riley. Riley, that's his name. Oh, and a backbreaker. And a pin onto Riley. 1. No, kick out by Riley. And then, well, now both guys go outside, but they get right back in. I'm not sure what that was all about. Perhaps maybe it was a psych out. And now Riley gets his arm dislocated a little bit, but broken away. And then another clothesline. 1, 2, and a kick out by Riley, barely, but and then sent right into the ropes, and then a clothesline. 1, 2. I gotta say, that clothesline, I gotta come up with a name for it, especially given that he is a professor. And then a running elbow by Rob off the apron, and now a tag to Space Ghost. Coast to coast. Well, I'm not sure what Space Ghost was doing. He might have taken his eye off of Riley for the moment. But now he gets him up. And the spike drop. That's what I'll call that move. The spike drop. But is that enough to put him away? Hey, don't hurt me, Hulk. And then what's Riley doing? Well, whatever Riley did, he overshot Space Ghost. Now sent into the ropes. Nice leapfrog there by Space Ghost. Only for him to get clotheslined. And then Riley gets sent in his own corner. Nope, back elbow. Then he sends him into the corner and then tags in Wally. Now let's see what they do together. And then Wally, double axe handle right on the arm. And now look at this. Space Ghost is going to fly and then get slammed. But is that enough to do it? 1, 2. It is. Space Ghost is eliminated thanks to Wally. Now we're down to Wally and Riley against the tag team champions, the Brella Squad. Now it's 2-on-2. Oh, this might. Wait, what are they going to do here? A drop toe hold and an elbow to the back. So now it's Wally and Rob Gamer that are legal. And now Rob going for a Kimura. And that probably would have done it had it not been for Riley. Riley saved Wally. Ooh, back elbow to Rob Gamer. Although, wait a minute. He's got him set up for the wall banger. That's what he calls that jackhammer-like move, but the wall banger. 1, 2. No, kick out by Rob. Barely, but he kicked out. And then Wally tags out to Riley. Well, I guess he wants Riley to finish him off. Well, let's see if that happens. Off the ropes. And then, nice jumping elbow on Rob. And now, wait a minute. Ref, he has his feet on the ropes. Well, it didn't matter because Rob kicked out anyway. But now, another spike drop. A spike drop onto Rob. 1, 2. No, kick out by Rob. And Riley wondering, what do I have to do to put this guy away? But now he turns it over to Wally. And then Wally went for a big elbow, but he missed. But he didn't miss that time, that flying forearm. I was not expecting that from Riley, though. And then, let's see, what are they going to do here? Double shoulder tackle. Well, of course, it takes 2 men to take down Wally that much more effectively. And then a stomp right to the face of Wally. And now Wally in a bit of trouble. And I'm not sure how Professor Kyle was able to pick up Wally, but on the other hand, I don't know if you guys know, but Professor Kyle Akers, I mean, he does lift. He does bench press 500 pounds. So I suppose he didn't have much trouble picking up Wally, who weighs close to 400 pounds, but that's in muscle. Like the Hulk that he is. But just like the Hulk, he can fly too. And then he sends Rob right in the ring. And now, wait a minute. Whoa! I was not expecting Wally to fly like that. But now both men are on the outside. Oh, and then conked on the head though. But wait, where's the referee? All right, now the referee starts his count. And well, and of course, Kyle takes out Riley, and then Wally brings back in Rob. And now Wally's going to go over and bring in Professor Kyle Akers. All right, now he gets a hold of Professor Kyle and throws him into the corner. Wally enters the ring and exits to restart the count. Oh, but then he notices that Kyle gets right back up. And then slammed on the barricade, right on the brick-like barricade there. But of course, these two are risking a count out though. And Candy AWO 619. Hello there. But yes, hello Candy. And now, uh-oh. And now the Brella drop. The Brella drop. That's what they call that. Now wait, one. Nope, broken up by Riley. We were so focused on saying hello to Candy, I forgot to say that. Oh, Tammy. Oh, that's you. Okay. I was so used to Amanda Rose or something like that. But okay, well, welcome to the show, Tammy. And as that happens, a flip powerbomb onto Rob Gamer. But all right, well, welcome to the show, Tammy. But we didn't know it was you. But thank you so much for letting us know. All right, well now Wally tags out to get a rest and bring in Riley, and a clothesline onto Rob Gamer, and that clothesline knocked out Rob Gamer, and now the tables have turned. Now it's Kyle Akers who's in trouble, and a monkey flip, and a body splash that also knocks out Kyle Akers, and Riley just took out the champs by himself. And the winners are Star Gamer, Wally, and of course the man of the hour, Riley himself. So while Wally took out Space Ghost, Riley took out the tag team champions. Hey, what's up, Brandon Cuevas? Well, anyway, a 5-star match. Now, of course, I will say that. Oh. Well, we do have a super show coming up, but I have yet to name it. So I'm still thinking about what to name it. But in the meantime, I might come up with something else. I might come up with something new, and I might go over it with you when that time comes. But next up, we have an all-star rumble featuring 20 women, and here they are. Here are the ladies. I mean, of course, you have you have some of the big stars like Becky Lynch, Asuka, Bianca Belair, Io Sky, Tiffany Stratton and Trish Stratus, among others. But of course, you have some other big stars like Brenda, Chloe, Carmelita Fox. I'm not sure if Sly and Carmelita are in the chat. I want to say they are, but I'll have to reach out to them. Emily Elvis, and then of course we have Emma. And usually wherever Patty is, Emma's not that far off. Then we have Jessica Wilbur. We have Maddie. So yeah, Maddie, this is your match. And yes, Cheyenne is also in this match. But so are the Dragon Twins, Liliana and Rose. Well, Lily and Rose. Then we have Rouge the Bat, and then we have Vera and Tiffany Sky Caliber. I'm gonna let a few of these. I'm gonna let a few of them know. Let me reach out to a few of them. So this is a good opportunity for you guys to go get snacks and stuff like that. So let me get Sly Cooper. All right, let me check and see. Oh yeah, and of course, I'd be remiss if I didn't say Tammy Martinez. Who else did we forget? Well, oh yeah, that's right. I already reached out to Arkham, so he's uh, all but Becky Lynch. Wow. Okay. That's definitely throwing some shade there. Um, oh yeah, let me get Atticus, and then I'll also get um, I think I think Chloe's asleep, but I'll let her know that she has a match. And then Jessica Wilbur. So let me just let a few people know. All right. Let me just get let me just get the dad, um, Atticus. All right. Let me get that. And who else do we have here? All right, cool. Let me see who else we have here. Everyone's just resting. Yeah, I was resting too. Like I was doing quite a bit of that after a long day, and you know, among other things. Oh yeah, let me get Chloe, and then I'll get uh, Jessica. And then finally, let me get Jessica. Oh, hey. All right, we got that. And all right, so now, oh, I am so stupid. I forgot. I got to get AJ cuz his niece Vera is in this. Okay. So I got AJ. I'm not sure why. That's the one thing I don't like about streaming with OBS is because you can see these messages, which I'm not too happy with, but it is what it is. All right, here we go. Sorry for keeping you guys waiting. I was just trying to get through all of the people I needed to reach out to. Not everybody, but as the many principals as I can get.
This will continue until all 20 superstars have
But
entered
we'll
the
find
ring.
out who starts the
Attention,
match
superstars.
and who
We are
ultimately
throwing
will
over the
win.
top rope with both feet landing on the floor. The last superstar in the ring will be declared the Royal Rumble winner and will go on to face the champion of their choice at WrestleMania.
Ooh, let's see, who's this?
Introducing the
Tammy
participants.
Martinez.
From San Diego,
Well,
California,
you get to have your special entrance.
Tammy Martinez.
And of course, this is a former United States and a former Intercontinental Champion. I imagine and of course she has won other championships in other feds too. But it would be something for her to go from number one all the way to being the last one. And of course, Tammy showing us the power that she has. And of course, she is not someone to mess with. She definitely has that toughness and that spark that you just don't find with too many other women. So we all know that Tammy is determined, but let's find out who she's going to start with. Start the match with, that is.
Introducing the individual who
And that
chose
is
number
Emily
2,
Elvis,
representing Les Femme Fatales from
a former
Glasgow,
tag team champion
Scotland,
and a former Blue Toad Wrestling World
Dr.
Champion.
Emily Ellis.
Hi, Jessica. How are you? And Jessica, you're in this match, although you're not. Well, in this case, it's a good thing you're not going to start. But it's one of those matches where the later you enter, the better your chances of winning. But you are in this match, though. But it's great to see you there, Jessica. And also, if I'm not mistaken, I think today is officially your birthday. Um, I just know that you've been celebrating your birthday for quite some time, and I just want to wish you a happy birthday. And uh, also, um, I just want to say that you have my support, and you have my support throughout, among other things. I was going to mention one other thing, but I don't think it's a good time, so we'll go right into the match. And of course, Emily Elvis is big and strong enough. Now, sure, I mean, of course, both these ladies are small in terms of stature, but they're certainly powerful in terms of strength. Next up is Bianca Belair. course, there you have her in her hair. And a takedown onto Tammy Martinez, and then goes right after Emily Elvis. And a back suplex onto Belair. And then a Russian leg sweep, and then a couple of punches. And then number 4 is, hey, well, look at this. There's your good friend Chloe. And now Chloe goes after Emily for the moment. Snap suplex onto Chloe. And then, oh, nice slide onto Chloe. And Bianca gets right back in. And number 5 is Carmelita Fox. Of course, Carmelita recently became Miss Koopa in the Bank. And all right, cool. I was just checking to see if everything was cool with you guys. Anyway, she is coming in as the Money in the Bank, or the Koopa in the Bank briefcase holder, and as that happens, she takes out Emily Elvis. And up next is Jessica Wilbur herself. And then Bianca gets a hold of her and slams her for the moment. And then Carmelita continuing to eliminate people as she takes out Chloe as well. And then Tammy turns it around and takes out and clocks a meeting of the minds, as you will. Number 7 is Rose the Gaia, one of the Dragon Flowers. And a double team move onto Carmelita. And then Rose goes after Bianca. Nice counter there by Jessica. And of course, Jessica is the current Intercontinental Champion, as Jessica was the one who defeated Rose's sister, Lily, to become the champion. Oh, Riley, is that you? Hey, what's up, Riley? By the way, Riley, you missed your match from a little earlier. Yeah, I knew that was you. Because I seen you on Lenz's show. Anyway, up next is Maddie, the pink cat in pink and black, but has the black has the black tights, but has a bit of pink on them as well. But it's great to see you there, Riley. But yeah, Riley, you had a match ago, so if you want to watch it, you can. But it's great to see you, man. It's always great to see you. Number 9 is Cheyenne, the first of 2 of the Ryan family members here. And of course, the famous Rob Gamer is here. And by the way, Rob, you in that same match that I mentioned about Riley, you were also in that match. So the match that you were in was a match ago. And a super kick to no wait. Carmelita Fox saved herself. But yeah, welcome to the show, Rob. And number 10 is Asuka. And Bianca eliminated Cheyenne. And then Rose eliminated Jessica. I guess she wanted to get a little bit of payback for her sis. But Jessica gets eliminated by Rose the Gaia. And then, oh, and a top rope pedigree onto Carmelita Fox by Tammy Martinez, who's still in there after starting the match. Thank you, Mr. TJ. And I should mention Rose is the one with the double twin tails, by the way, or is the one with the twin tails, I should say. I can't talk. Ooh, and a slam right to Asuka. And speaking of the former Intercontinental Champion, here she is, but is also the current World Champion, Liliana Lancaster. Yeah, Tammy is definitely strong. Yeah, can't really blame Cheyenne. I mean, a match like this, it's kind of like a crapshoot. I would know because I did play some craps last night. Hey, what's up, Arkham 500? I'm happy to say that you and your girls and Louie, among others, are featured throughout the show. But how are you doing, man? Up next is Io Sky. But yeah, Bianca has been in since being in number 3, but only Tammy Martinez has been in there longer than her. And Carmelita's also been doing pretty well as Maddie. Okay. And then Bianca, and look at the strength of Bianca to pick up and throw out the pink cat Maddie. So Maddie is gone thanks to Bianca Belair. But what a fight this is. I'm doing pretty well, Riley. I'm happy that you're here, if anything. Now, well, as we get to the main event, if not, as we get to the main event, if not close to the main event, I will let you guys know of the next activity coming up tomorrow. As a matter of fact, I didn't announce this because, well, it wasn't set in stone until just recently. So I'll let you guys know. Out goes Asuka thanks to Rose. Now Rose and Lily each have the twin tails, but it's Rose who has the dark colored boots, whereas Lily has the pink colored boots. And yes, we are doing bonus matches, or at least as many bonus matches as we can get for the time we have allotted. And I believe Lily has eliminated Bianca Belair, and Bianca was in there for quite a while, actually. And as that happens, there's Emma. And for Emma, she definitely got herself a good number. And Tammy is still in there. I just can't believe that. And number 14 is Tiffany Stratton. So now so this is out of 20 women, so we're getting close to the nitty-gritty here. Yep, absolutely. Oh, well, Cheyenne is on the list, but if you want to be on the list, let me know. And now Io Sky trying to eliminate Tammy, but Tammy's still trying to hold on. Tammy! And as that happens, here comes Vera. Vera's up next, so now you have 3 of the Dragon Flowers. Oh, I see. Okay, that's understandable, Riley. Well, out goes Emma. I mean, Emma was in there for a little bit, but then she ran right into Carmelita, and Carmelita's been doing pretty well. And then a rock bottom by Tammy Martinez onto Io Sky. And then Tammy just threw out Tiffany Stratton. So Tiffany's out. And then Carmelita eliminates Lily. Lily is out. And then, Io Sky barely survived. Oh, nice moonsault. And in the meantime, there was also a double suplex on Vera. But anyway, I forgot to ask, or I forgot to say hello to Rob Gamer. How's everything going there, Rob? I forgot to ask how you were doing. My fault there. Number 16 is Trish Stratus, considered one of the all-time greats, in WWE, especially during the Attitude Era. Especially during the late 90s, early 2000s, and even into the mid 2000s. I mean, Trish Stratus, already a legend, and yet she's still going after all these years. And number 17 is Becky Lynch. Thank you, Trish. Yep. Well, here's Becky. And, and then Trish suplexes her, and then Rose, who is still in there, with a spin kick to Carmelita Fox. Going okay. Thanks, TJ, bro. I hope you're doing well too. I hope you're doing well too, and yeah, man. I gotta say, I'm still proud of you. The fact that you became tag team champion, and out goes Rose the Gaia thanks to Vera, and then I think that was Becky Lynch who. No, wait, that was Tammy Martinez who got eliminated by Carmelita Fox. So Carmelita finally eliminates Tammy Martinez, but she was in there until the 17th woman entered the ring, and that was Brenda. Man, Tammy had a really good run. That was amazing, honestly. I mean, it was either that or the fact that you beat Jose Blanco in less than a minute. Oh, and Vera manages to stay in. And hello to Jamar. Jamar. Oh, well, I'll still call you Jamar, though, because, you are cool like that. Oh, and next up is Tiffany Sky Caliber. So we have another Tiffany. But you just have to be careful with her finishing moves. Either the low down or you blown it all sky high by telling me a lie. I love that song. I don't know. I don't know if you've ever heard that song called Sky High by the band known as Jigsaw, but it pretty cool song. Like, this was like back in the 70s. And number 20 is Rouge the Bat. I don't know who she. One, you could never really. You could always accuse Rouge of perhaps maybe bribing somebody to be the last person to enter. I'm not sure, but I wouldn't put it past Rouge to do that. Cowgirl Tiffany. Yep, that's definitely true. Well, it's also true that Vera eliminated Becky Lynch. Becky Lynch eliminated by Vera. Now we're down to 6. We're down to the final 6. And of course, Rouge gets eliminated by her arch nemesis, Carmelita Fox. And Rouge was in there for like, she was not even in there for like about a minute, and she's already out. Well, now we're down to 5. And then Io Sky eliminated. And then Seth Rollins like, oh, come on. Well, now we're down to 4, but Io Sky eliminated, and a power bomb on Vera. Now we're down to 4. And then Vera gets thrown over the top, but nope, stayed in. But I got to give credit to Carmelita because she's been in for the longest of these 4 women. And now Vera starts to go after Carmelita Fox. And so was Tiffany. And now, oh, for a moment they were just staring at each other. And then, oh, nice move there by Vera. And then, whoa, what power from Brenda to pick up Carmelita. And Carmelita's no small fox. I mean, she's very, very buff, is Carmelita. Wait. Oh, hey, what's up? Wait. JW? Well, anyway, out goes Vera thanks to Brenda. Well, now we're down to Tiffany. We're down to Carmelita Fox and Brenda. Clothesline on to Carmelita. Well, out goes Tiffany. I mean, oh, that is JW. Okay. I'm still getting used to the whole hashtag naming convention because I'm just used to seeing just Rob Gamer and not Rob Gamer the Dark Air, and then the South Texas Stallion or Primetime 210237. Anyway, now we're down to 2. Ooh. And then Carmelita going for the gun stun. Yeah, and that is funny. Like for a while, it wasn't doing it here, but it has now. Well, out goes Brenda, and the winner is Carmelita Fox. And man, I gotta say, Carmelita earned that victory. And if nothing else, she builds momentum for when she decides to cash in the Koopa in the Bank briefcase. But as it stands, congratulations to Carmelita as she takes out everybody else. I mean, Carmelita had a great match from the time that she entered all the way to the end. All right, well, and of course, I did see Jamar in there, and I do see, and I believe Carlos is in, and even though I saw Dakota, I'm not sure if Dakota is still in the chat, but I'll let Jose and Clinton know. All right, so Tenu's gonna go for if it wasn't me, I'm glad it was Carmelita. She earned it. Yeah, it came down to you and your friend Carmelita, and she did it. Anyway, I'm gonna let. Hey, I'm doing pretty well, man. All right, let me just let Jose and Clinton and Dakota know that they're all next. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention one thing, and that the winner of this match gets to fight the men's Intercontinental Championship at the next Super Show. So that's what's at stake in this match. I forgot to mention what this particular match is all about for those who don't have the who don't have access to my uh, Discord. All right, let me see who else we have here. Hey, what's up? Oh yeah, very funny there, and yet somehow very true. But yeah, what's up, Space Ghost? You had a couple of matches you had a match a couple of matches ago, so it's great to see you, man. And oh yeah, I almost forgot. Let me get our good friend Dakota. Oh, all right. Okay, I was just resting my voice. Let's see who we have here. No, the game didn't freeze. I just didn't hit the play button yet, but now it did. Puffy Pop? That sounds good. I might have to try that off camera, but anyway. Up first is the ECW World Television Champion, the television champion.
Making his way to the ring, representing the
Our good friend
Keystone Mountain,
Jamar
Georgia.
Games.
Weighing in at 193 pounds,
And there's
the
Dakota.
ECW
So yeah,
World
Dakota, you are
Television
in this match.
Champion,
We're just doing the
Jamar.
entrances, but how's everything going in Super Dakota Land? I say that because you have a picture of SMG 3 or 4. I forget which one has the beard or the mustache. But I'm thinking, wait, Dakota, did you grow a mustache or something? I, I'm not even sure if you even have facial hair, or if that's just the fact that you're a fan of the show. I mean, I am a fan of I am a fan of the Blue Toad, so that's obvious. But hey, no, that's not RVD.
And his
That's
opponent,
Jamar Games. And
first
now
from
we go
Birmingham,
from
Alabama,
not
weighing in
Mr.
at
Monday Night
230
to
pounds,
the
the
phenomenal
phenomenal
son,
one,
Carlos Larry.
Larry.
Notice my choice of words, not the phenomenal one, the phenomenal son. But yeah, but aside from that though, how's everything going there, Dakota? But yes, the opportunity for whoever wins this match is to face off against the Intercontinental Champion at the next Super Show. So this is a big opportunity for Dakota and for Jamar and for this man to get the opportunity to fight for the Intercontinental Championship. I mean, I should mention that Dakota did become the UFC men's flyweight champion. Uh, 2-3 weekends ago, I think. I'm still shocked how Dakota was able to knock out Jose in about a little over a minute. I'm still in shock of that, really, if I'm being honest. Oh, I'm sorry.
And representing the Hurt Business from Newark, New Jersey, weighing in at 235 pounds, the Psycho, Jose Bravo!
There we go. I was just sending a Dakota a DM back, so that's why I didn't talk. So anyway, I just DM'd Dakota back, but I won't say. I will not say. But what I will say, uh, is this is the leader of the house, a man who claims that the house always wins, and we saw Emma. Well, this is her man, and that man is Jose Blanco. He looks like a star. Yeah, he kind of does look like Star Wars, man. I like it. I actually didn't even consider that, but then on the other hand, what Star Wars character has a face like that? Oh wait, I forgot. Yeah, but on the other hand, that is true though. He kind of does look like someone from Star Wars. But here's a guy that really needs no introduction, if as if he really needs one, and that is the man, the myth, the legend, and currently the longest tenured employee, along with his brother Luigi, and that man is Super Mario. I mean, like, it's not a matter of how many championships he's won or what championships he's won, and it's not a matter of how many times he's won them. I think the bigger question is, what championship has he not won? But yeah, Mario is without a doubt one of the most decorated superstars that we've ever had in Blue Toad Wrestling, and that's not even a joke. But then, of course, you have a former Intercontinental Champion and one who wants to get an opportunity back and is currently the ECW Heavyweight Champion, and that's Extreme Championship Wrestling Champion, World Champion. And that man is Clinton. Of course, Clinton is wearing the colors of Ohio State when it comes to the tights. And the elbow pads represent both Boise State and the Denver Broncos because those are their colors. Well, each of their colors, rather. But so yeah, you have a couple of former Intercontinental champions and whatnot. I still like. By the way, Rob, I was trying to find like the hairstyle. I'm still trying to find the hairstyle that matches that of what's his face, Nightwing. I'm still working on that attire, but as it is, you're the most vile human. What? Don't say that, Jose. Or is it just something you portray yourself to be? But here's somebody who is just as much following in the footsteps of Mario and is considered the fourth Mario brother, and that is Dakota Sheldon. Oh yeah. In the alternate universe that is Chaos Regional Wrestling (CRW), Jose is exactly that. Yeah, yeah, that's exactly what you are, you bastard. Yeah, just kidding. Of course, he said it, not me. But no, out of character, Jose's cool. Yeah, like out of character, Jose's cool, and of course, and there's Emma. Of course, Patty is. Of course, Emma's using Patty's account to talk to Jose. But as you can see, Dakota is the up, up, down, down champion. Yeah, I'm surprised. You know what? It's really nice to see that the Broncos have turned things around. I mean, of course, they've turned it around with, smart drafting and as well as uh, great coaching. It's been a combination of roster building, coaching, drafting, that, and also the fact that the Broncos they made it last year as the final wild card team, and even though they didn't win and were not expected to win last season, the Broncos are definitely doing a great job this year. I can tell you that. Anyway, match underway. I forgot to mention that the object this time is to throw your opponent over the top rope. And it looks like we have Dakota and Carlos fighting each other. Of course, it's not personal between any of these men. Oh, and a series of kicks there to Clinton. And I think if Wally and I believe Wally and Captain Danger are going to go for their good friend and teammate Jamar. Of course, that would be the guy in the black tights and the red boots. And now he goes right after Dakota. And anyway, nice chop block onto Jose. And then, something of a rude awakening onto Jamar. And then, whoa, nice move there by Carlos, only for him to get a twist of fate. And now Mario going after his own Mario brother, Dakota. But then Dakota, no wait, broken up. And it was broken up by Jamar. And then Jamar got thrown over. But then Dakota didn't even notice that Jamar stayed in. But so far, nobody eliminated yet. And then Dakota gets eliminated by, of course, I guess if any one person was going to eliminate Dakota and nobody would bat an eyelid, it had to be Mario. It had to be Mario to be the one to eliminate his own Mario brother, and that's Dakota. I don't know how Dakota feels getting eliminated by his idol, his Mario bro, if you will. Hopefully we'll get a word from Dakota, but no shame in losing to Mario, obviously. But now we're down to 5. And Jose got eliminated by Carlos Larry. I'm surprised. That's definitely an upset. And now Carlos going to... Nope. Mario fought out of it. And then Mario throws Carlos over the top and kicks him out. Out goes Carlos once again by Mario. Mario showing us how super he is. But also hello to AJ. So far, keep up the good work. Absolutely, Jamar's still in there. And so is Clinton and Mario. And then the Clint Sasha onto Jamar. Oh, but then turns his attention and Mario, nope, gets forearmed for his trouble. And then the CKO onto Mario. Oh, nice STO, and then a knee right to the body, and then a kick. And then Mario picks him up and slams Clinton down. Anyway, as that was happening, I was answering a DM, but Clinton just eliminated Jamar, and now we're down to Clinton and Mario. So you have two former Intercontinental Champions left. I mean, of course, you have Clinton, who not that long ago was Intercontinental Champion, and then you have Mario, who has been Intercontinental Champion, but hasn't been a champion of that particular title since, if I'm not mistaken, I think he hasn't won it since, if I'm not mistaken, I think he hasn't won it since 2012. And a curb stomp right to Mario. And then Clinton, that's two consecutive curb stomps right to Mario. And now Mario's hurt and thrown over the top rope. Oh, and finally eliminated. And Clinton has reclaimed his #1 contendership status and is going to fight for the Intercontinental Championship. Clinton flippin'. So it's going to be Clinton and Brooklyn Joker going head-to-head for the men's Intercontinental Championship. Not to be confused with Bill Clinton, although how do you confuse Bill Clinton with him? But we're not here to talk about politics on this show. So just as we did with the men, we are going to do with the women. And the winner of this will fight for the women's Intercontinental Championship, and that fight starts right now. Okay, I'm going to let a few people know. Okay. Oh yeah, let me get draw. Oh, that's right, I forgot. Drawbot now has a new guy. Oh yeah, let me get Mr. Drawbot. And yes, I do know that his old account got hacked, so I'm contacting his new one. Okay. Okay. Hope everyone's doing well. Oh, right. Let me get Triple Beat, because his girl is up next. And, oh yeah, and then I'll get LD and then Flames, and then we'll go from there. All right, and then of course we'll get Miss Flames. All right, we got that. And we, hey, there's V-Win. How's it going though? Yeah, I believe so. I believe so. Just finished a match on a different stream. Not a problem. It was kind of it kind of went a bit silent, so that's why, partly why I wasn't talking, but also partly because I was reaching out to people. But now it's time. So of course we start with two, but every couple of seconds another comes in, and this continues until one is left standing.
Elimination can only occur by pinfall or submission. The match
Oh, I'm so
continues
sorry about
until
that,
one
V-Win.
superstar remains, and that superstar will be declared the winner.
But yeah, but after this match, we will get to the more grounded type matches. Like, we had one tag team match, and that was a 3-on-3 tag team match. But we'll have a couple more tag team matches and a cage match, or and a cell match, excuse me. But as well as a cage match, I should say. Excuse me, I can't talk. But up first is our good friend Paper Tay.
And the fifth dimension,
Yes, you have been summoned. But so has this woman, and that is AJ's good friend, Amethyst Flames. And as I understand it, she is based off of Blaze the Cat from the Sonic the Hedgehog series. So for any Sonic fans, that's who she is based on. And then of course she does the shake, 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 shake that tail. All right, so it starts with Paper Tay and Flames, but we'll find out who it ends with in just a moment. Match underway. And of course, Tay is going to use that power. speaking of power, I've got the power! It's too bad I don't have the soundboard to, you know, take the part where someone says, I've got the power! But up next is Jen Corso. Like the Power Glove? Yeah. Also, I'll have to get her updated attire, which I can finally do now that I have some cap space, or roster space, if you will. Oh, and a nice spinning face buster, and then Tay with that kendo stick, and then breaks the stick over Jen Corso's big head. And now LD is in. And then LD goes after, well, she goes after Tay and then goes after Jen Corso. All right, now all 4 women are in. And a neutralizer onto Flames. And then, Flames in a bit of trouble. Oh, I forgot to share this with Mitty. Well, hopefully Mitty's watching or is lurking. For all I know, she could be lurking. For all I know, she could be lurking. And as that happens, now Mitty gets a bat. And Mitty finally in. And then the flame wheel onto Paper Tay. And a pin. 1, 2. No. And number 6 is Liliana Ladrona. And then the Raza kick onto LD. 1, 2. No, kick out by LD. And a couple of kicks right to Jen Corso from Paper Tay with those heels. Yeah, they're tough to win. Yeah, absolutely. But that's the thing. When you do win, it just makes you feel. It makes you feel invincible. Anyway, number 7 is Lin Ha Nguyen. So Lin Ha got herself a really good number. But there are 3 others. There are 3 others to come in, and then LD just got a kendo stick broken over her head. And then the neutralizer onto the Phoenix, Lin Ha. Now, of course, submissions and pins can only take place in the ring, so that's what has to happen. So I'll be focusing mostly of the people that are in the ring. Number 8 is Kasumi. So another member of the Dragon family. So we saw Ryo, and now we have Kasumi. And then Kasumi just got a super kicked from off the jump. And then, Paper Tay has her. She's going to set her up for... No. Oh, for a moment I thought she was going to hit the paper shredder, but instead a neck breaker and a spin kick onto Kasumi. Only for a super kick onto Jen Corso to take place. 1, 2, kick out by Kasumi. And, ooh, nice 450 splash onto Paper Tay. But right now, the two women that are in the ring right now are Mitty and Liliana Ladrona. Oh, and a drop kick right to the knee with those heels, and now going for I'm not sure what Mitty calls this. I mean, of course, if this was AJ, it would be called the Lion's Bite, but that's not what it is. And then a super kick of her own by Liliana, and is still going after Mitty. Then a thrust kick with those cowgirl boots. Yeah, because those boots are made for walking, and that's just what they'll do. These boots are gonna walk all over you. And then a pin on the Mitty. 1, 2. Nope, kick out by Mitty. All right, now LD thrown in the ring, as is Paper Tay. And then, I don't know if you saw that, but Kasumi was doing the shake, 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 and then she ended up turning around and got a spinning boot for her trouble. A spinning kick. Ooh, nice arm drag there onto LD. Gives him treats. Aww. Ooh, nice Dragon Rana onto Paper Tay. Oh, and a miss. And so far, we have not had one elimination yet. And a DDT onto Kasumi. And then LD ended up getting rammed right into the post outside. And then a stunner onto Kasumi. And again, everybody else is fighting, and you know these ladies can fight outside all they want, but to win the match and to end it, they have to get it in the ring. 1, 2. No, wait, reversed. 1, 2. No. And man, my phone is blowing up. So, I'm just checking to see if anyone sent me any messages. All right, cool. And now Kasumi trying to take out the leg of Paper Tay. Of course, I understand that Paper Tay was and still may be, you know, streaming at this time. So I was like, all right, I'll wait for her to come in or anything like that. Anyway, now we have LD and Paper Tay in the ring, as well as Jen Corso. Anyway, nice running knee onto Jen Corso, and then a pin. 1, 2, and a kick out by Jen Corso. Eat some Cheerios. And then I'm not sure what LD calls the what Drew McIntyre calls the Future Shock DDT. There's Sly and Carmelita. What? 1, 2. No, kick out by Liliana Ladrona. But by the way, Carmelita, you did so well in the Rumble match that you were part of. And of course, Sly is yet to come. Well, yet to show up, that is. I mean, he's going to be in the main event. Pause. 1, 2, 3, and Liliana Ladrona is the first eliminated. Oh, okay, so yeah. Well, you didn't just see it, you won it. You lived it. Wait, Patty's eating Cheerios too? Aw. You're never too old to eat Cheerios. Oh, nice handspring stunner there. And then a pin onto LD. 1, 2. And LD gets pinned by Mitty. So LD eliminated by Mitty. I mean, we still have Paper Tay. We still have Flames amongst the others. Lin Ha is still in there. But we still got 2 more to come. That took a lot out of me, which is a welcome surprise. Yeah. But yeah, all 6 of the remaining contestants, not counting the ones that have yet to come in, are fighting outside. Ooh, clothesline onto Jen Corso. I haven't eaten anything since Sunday. For now it's dried Cheerios. Oh, so you guys don't have any milk or? I know sometimes we'll eat cereal dry, but it's not really the same. I mean, of course, you could definitely accuse me of doing that when I was a kid. All right, well, now Lin Ha is thrown in the ring. And Lin Ha, wow! I don't know if you saw that, but Lin Ha just flew like the phoenix that she is. But what a move, though. An incredible move. But wait a minute. Oh, I am so stupid. You know what I just realized? It's not out of 10. It's out of 8. We're down to 6 total. I'm sorry. I completely forgot that it was out of 8, not out of 10. I'm so dumb. I only just realized it. All right. Well, now we have 4 women in the ring, but the other 2 women that are still fighting are Mitty and Lin Ha. Ooh, went for the Raza kick. And then the flame wheel onto Jen Corso and a pin. 1, 2, 3, and Jen Corso eliminated by Flames. Now we're down to 5. But no, I completely forgot that it was out of 8 and not out of 10. Anyway, a spear onto Kasumi. And now Flames getting the approval of the crowd. And then Lin Ha just dumped headfirst onto the apron, the hardest part of the ring. Because I've been sick and didn't want a chance. Oh no! Oh, okay. Okay, that makes sense, Patty. No worries. And as that happens, Kasumi is about to fly like the dragon that she is, and she hits it on the cat. And a pin. 1, 2. And I don't know how Flames kicked out of that one. I was almost certain that was going to do it, but it wasn't. And in the meantime, Paper Tay bringing in those steps. And then she hits Lin Ha with them. But as that happens, but then she, of course, hits the flame stretch, or I got to come up with a name for that one. But she had a crossface on, or the Rings of Saturn. That's what it was called. I'm sorry. Thank you to my producer for telling me that. No, it was the Rings of Saturn that that put away Kasumi. Now we're down to 4. We're down to Midi, we're down to Paper Tay, and Lin Han Nguyen. Anyway, Midi now thrown inside the ring. Ooh, nice wheelbarrow DDT on the Midi. What a fight this is, folks. But of course, the fight has to come back in the ring, and Paper Tay now thrown in the ring. And Lin Ha going to bring in a bat. And a snap suplex onto Lin Ha, and a pin. 1, 2, and Lin Ha ran out of gas because, I mean, she just got taken out by that suplex, and that was really the only thing. I can only imagine she ran out of gas. 1, 2, out goes Tay, and she ran out of gas. And it all comes down to this. It all comes down to Midi and Flames. So the next fall will win. And then, oh, nice leg sweep there onto Flames. And Flames thrown in the ring. All right, now both women in the ring, and now we have that bat still in play. And then hitting the head with that bat. But then Midi manages to get a hold of Flames in the guillotine, and she taps out. That's it. And Midi is going to fight for the Women's Intercontinental Championship, a championship that she's never won before. I mean, seriously, that match practically knocked the face paint off her. But that should take nothing away from how incredible this match was. And then Patty's very happy that Midi won. I mean, of course, that's, you know, Midi and Patty are daughter and mother, respectively. But now we get to the more serious matches, if you will. We have the Dangers, we have the Dangers looking to reclaim the Mixed Tag Team Championships against the now new champions, Damian and Sarah Richards. So it's going to be the Dangers against the Richards. So which of these teams do you think is going to win? Let's get to it. Well, I've already let the man behind the Richards know that the family was going to be featured, and then of course Captain Danger's here. I imagine he's watching this, but if not, I'll let him know really quickly. Oh, okay. I wasn't sure if Captain Danger was here, but all right. Well, then we can just get right to it once it's loaded. But there's a lot of danger, and there's a lot of ways to interpret it. And one way that you could interpret it would be in the form of this. Yes, that was Beethoven. Yes, that was Beethoven. Ludwig van Beethoven. I don't know if you guys know, but I also like some classical music too.
The following contest is scheduled
And
for one
of course, there you have
fall. Introducing first,
the Dragon
representing
Prince, as he is
Germany
known as.
from Valhalla, weighing in
So
at
you have a lot of dragons, man.
237
But of course,
pounds, the
you get
Dragon
you get this man. You get Damian Richards. And of course, he does come from the lineage of the Richards family. Because it started with Dragor and and the woman who would go on to become Jen Wolverine. Yeah, Beethoven definitely, like, if you're going to become the best, you got to know the best. And before Beethoven, Johann Sebastian Bach was the best. Like Bach, I like Bach, and then some of his contemporaries at the time, like Antonio Vivaldi and um, uh, like Vivaldi most especially because he's the guy that came up with the four seasons, like the four violin concertos that comprise each of the four seasons. And
and his
each
partner,
movement is a month
representing
within those
the
seasons. Each
Empire,
season
the
it lasts like 3 months.
King from Omaha,
Yes,
Nebraska,
Mozart,
the
of course, was a contemporary along
Psycho
with Beethoven.
Princess,
Although actually he was more just before Beethoven, but he was within that era. And as that happens, here is Sarah Richards. Of course, Sarah Psycho was her name, but then of course she married Damien and took his name. But no, Mozart. I was watching Amadeus, the movie that came out. I believe it was in '85, I think, and it featured Tom Hughes as the title character, Amadeus, Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart. And the reason I remember Tom Hughes was because he was also the the character. He was the voice of Quasimodo from the Hunchback of Notre Dame adaptation from Disney. That's how I knew about him. And then it was really through the Hunchback of Notre Dame that I heard about Tom Hughes. And then when I saw that, wait, that's him? Wow. But as that happens, here is one of Blue Toad Wrestling's most decorated champions, and now can add the Mixed Tag Team Championships to his mantle, which a few months ago you couldn't have said. But now we have Captain Danger. And of course he has that Fire Flower championship. And of course whoever wins that championship can now put the title around their waist. Oh, I'm sorry. It was the Richards who were champions and are looking to get the titles back. I'm sorry. And that the Dangers are the champions. My bad. I had it backwards. But even still, Captain Danger, you know, he and Lady Danger, as we're about to see in a moment, are going to look to retain the championships. And of course, Captain Danger is naturally going to go for himself to win. Now, of course, I will say that I do have a bit of a dinner date, so I'm going to try to get through the rest of the card and get through as many bonus matches as I possibly can and go from there. And of course, any bonus matches we don't get to, well, we'll have to save for the next show, and so on and so forth. And speaking of whom, there you have Lady Legasis Danger. But I'll just call her Lady Danger for short. But the most amazing thing is that if you were to see Lady Danger in 2K19 and compare her to her later incarnations, you're thinking, this can't be the same woman. But indeed it is. But of course, Lady Danger can also add the accomplishment of being a former Superstar Rumble winner. But now the time for talk is over and the time for action is now. Match underway, and we're going to start with the two men. Now, I have another possible idea I could float around is maybe even a tournament, if not an abbreviated one, to find out who could challenge for the Mixed Tag Team Championships. But that's just one idea, though. But back to the match, though. Nice running bulldog by Damian Richards. Then a tag right to Sarah. Ooh, nice drop kick, but then got hammered. But nice hammerlock throwdown by Sarah, and then an arm drag. Nice takedown there by Lady Danger, whipped into the ropes. And a nice crossbody. Back elbow, though. Another back elbow. And then sent into the corner and then went for the drop kick, but was a little bit short on that exchange there. Anyway, a slap across the chest, and then another arm drag. I gotta say, these two women are very athletic. And especially Sarah Richards. But also pretty powerful, too, as she's able to pick up, you know, Lady Danger. And Lady Danger's by no means a very small woman. You know, of course, Captain Danger would tell you himself how strong she really is. But now, a tag right to Damian, and now both he and Captain Danger are in. Oh, thank you so much, Brandon. I appreciate that. It definitely means a lot to hear from you on that one. But as always, do let me know if the video starts to crack out, if you know what I mean. Then a knee slammed on the on the mat. Anyway, back elbow. No. Oh, nice uppercut though. Nice at. I got to say that is great athleticism on the part of Damian Richards. He's very agile, and by no means is he a small man. In fact, he's quite strong, but he's very agile, like the dragon that he is. But now sends Captain Danger into their corner, into the Richards corner. And not to be outdone by his love, Sarah. Anything she could do, he can do just as well. And ends up flying over the top rope like the dragon that he is. Now, of course, being that the championships are on the line, of course, if you're the Richards, you can't win it by count out though. And I only allow one mulligan, especially if it results in a double count out or anything like that. And then, well, of course, the tag nullifies the count out. So now the women are back in. So good heads up there by Captain Danger. I imagine Captain Danger and Lady Danger didn't want to win the championship or win the match to retain the title like that. And then up to the top rope, went for the elbow but missed. Anyway, nice reverse DDT. Now picks them up. Nope. Nice dragon screw. Anyway, off the ropes. And a sliding drop kick. And now a tag back to Captain Danger. Anyway, nice dragon screw of his own, and then a pin. 1, 2, no. Anyway, let me turn on my heater. It's starting to get cold. It's not bad now, but I don't want it to get that bad later on. So let me turn on my heater really quick. All right. Anyway, a pin, but then broken up by Lady Danger. And then a spear onto Damian Richards, and then and for some reason Sarah didn't break it. I guess Sarah had enough faith in Damian to kick out himself, which he did. All right, now the referee. Oh. And now a pin, and then Captain Danger can't do anything, but that slight hesitation on the part of the referee might have just saved Lady Danger. And now Lady Danger doing that little dance that she does, the river dance kick. But then a spin kick of her own, and then sent into the Danger's corner. And now starts choking out Sarah. And a pin. 1. No. Oh, and a slap across the back of the head. And then I didn't see because Captain Danger was kind of in the way, but I think that was a running slap or a palm strike. But that was a running drop kick, and then a flip power bomb. And now Lady Danger going up to the top. The Twisted Bliss. The Twisted Bliss and Damian Richards can't do anything. 1, 2. No. Kick out by Sarah. That was close. Well, thank you so much, Tanu. And I believe, Tanu, I do have you on the bonus match list, so there's always that. Anyway, into the corner. Ooh, then a kick to the face. And then a series of kicks and an elbow strike. And then the face buster a la the X Factor from X-Pac, the wrestler. 1, 2, no. I mean, but both the men and the women are getting tired, but you just get the feeling that it's going to take a big move. Oh, nice. Anyway, nice kick to the side of the head of Captain Danger. And then whipped into a neutral corner. A scoop and a slam right to Lady Danger. And now both women in the corner. And then a running bulldog onto Lady Danger. And then Lady Danger rolls out. And then Sarah with a suicide dive, or a dive through the top, or a dive through the ropes. Of course, these women have to be careful not to be counted out, and most especially Sarah Richards. Guys, get back in the ring. And wait, what happened here? Wait, was it a draw? Well, like I said, I do have one mulligan, and that's what we're gonna use. So let's do the rematch there. But yeah, these two were risking a count out, and unfortunately, that's what we got. And that's the sad thing about that, about how that match ended. But now, okay, so it was a double count out. So if the champions get counted out, then of course what will happen is then the Richards will get another opportunity at the championships. Of course, the Calibers would be up next, but the Richards would be owed another championship match. Now, if the Richards get counted out, it would be as if they had lost by pinfall or submission. Now, obviously, if it's a double count out, well then we'll have to do something else, or disqualification. So we'll have to play it by ear, but we're hoping that we can get a definitive winner here. And of course, Mr. Richards is taking it out on Captain Danger. Of course, Captain Danger and Damien, as well as Lady Danger and Sarah Richards, they just have to be very careful not to let their emotions get the better of them. And of course, both women go on to the outside. Because of course they do. A snap suplex right on the floor. And it went thrown onto the floor. And, well, this time Sarah gets back in, as does Lady Danger. But then a tag right back to Captain Danger. And then slammed right onto the floor after getting slammed onto the turnbuckle. And then a big right hand. And then stomps away on the hand of Damian Richards. Nice sling blade and a drop kick. And then another pin. One. No. A DDT onto Captain Danger. But then a spear from out of nowhere and a pin. And that probably would have done it had it not been for Sarah Richards. And now Captain Danger is going to bring in Damien and then just club him and then bring him back in. And now Captain Danger going up to the top rope. We don't see him do this often. And now we know why, as he crashed and burned with that elbow drop. And then gets dropped on his head with the DDT. Off the ropes. And went for the Superman punch, but was able to avoid it, was Damian Richards. And then a sidekick. And not even a 1 count thanks to Lady Danger. A spin kick or the pyro strike. 1, 2. No. Captain Danger kicked out, but how much more can he take? In fact, how much more can any of these guys take? They've had one match, but it's been restarted. And now, wait a minute. What's Captain Danger and Damien doing? A couple of elbows, several elbows right to the head of Captain Danger, but by God! A poison rana from off the top rope. And yet Captain Danger manages to overcome the pain, but I imagine it still hurts. As he lays the smackdown on Damian Richards and then just stomps his hand. Well, that certainly does not come in handy. And then another spear and a pin. 1, 2, no. Kick out by Damian Richards. All right, now attack to Lady Danger. Where's Lady Danger going? Well, not sure why she exited just to come back in, but a tag back into the ring for Captain Danger, and that means that by default, Damien has to come back in and then gets the Superman punch and a pin. 1, 2, and he got the pin, and Captain Danger this time gets the definitive win and the winners, and still the Blue Toad Wrestling Mixed Tag Team Champions, the Dangers, Lady and Captain Danger. So that means that for all intents and purposes, the Mixed Tag Team Championship match that can now take place at are still yet to be named Super Show. That match is now going to be the Dangers, the champions, against the Calibers. So it's going to be the Calibers and the Dangers fighting each other. But yeah, I hope you guys are doing well. Like, seriously, I hope you guys are doing well, man. But up next, it's going to be Jesse Jackhammer against Louis Levanquer, and it will take place inside Hell in a Cell. And it is for the Mushroom Kingdom Championship. So without any further ado, let's get to it. I hope Jesse's watching this. I've already let know Arkham, so I'll have to do that. Okay, I'm just going to rest my voice a little bit, and then we'll get started. Okay. There we go.
The following contest is a Hell in a Cell match and is for the men's undisputed
Now, of course,
championship.
these two men signed on knowing how dangerous this match is. But they also wanted to make absolute certain that nobody could get in and nobody could get out. Until this match is done, there should be no way out. But if history has taught us anything, there's always a way out. And I don't mean it like that. I mean literally out of the cell. But up first is the challenger and former Mushroom Kingdom champion himself. And that man is Jesse Jackhammer. Of course, Jesse is ready. He knows what it takes to be champion, and he's been champion elsewhere. And he'll have to channel his inner tiger because it's more than just a design on a t-shirt. That's just what he is. That's what he embodies. The spirit of a tiger. But then of course you have this man. He is Lord Louis Levanquer, and Lord as in nobility. And of course he originated as one of the Knights of Arkham, but of course he and Arkham have since joined the House and are part of the House's Knights. No, you haven't missed your match, AJ, and you haven't even missed Violet's match either. Oh no, I'm so sorry about that, Chaos Reaper, Mr. Atticus. You know, I mean, of course, since I don't know what it is, I'm not even going to bother asking because, well, for one, I don't want you don't have to say anything, but whatever it is, I imagine it must be that bad. But but all is forgiven. It's all good. But no, I understand. Family and your well-being is first and foremost, without question. But yes, welcome back to the show, AJ. And yeah, you haven't missed your match, and you haven't even missed Violet and Diamond Sky's match. Okay. All right. So next up is for the Mushroom Kingdom Championship. And here's the introductions. Here you have the challenger. From north of the border in Canada, he is the Canadian Nightmare, Jesse Jackhammer. AJ's going to go for Jesse to win. And then, of course, you have one of the Knights of the House, and a man who became Mushroom Kingdom champion and is a former Koopa in the Bank winner of the ladder match and the briefcase that goes with it. All right, match underway. Nice flying forearm. Jesse needs to win, so Louis doesn't have any gold. Wow. Well, that's very descriptive there, AJ. But I mean, of course, Louis and AJ have had prior history with one another. Although it has more to do with AJ in the house. And no, wait, nice counter. Brandon's going to go for Jesse to win. Well, so far, Louis using his speed. But then Jesse using his power. And while he's not the biggest guy, I mean, he is pretty tall. And he is strong for his size. Now both guys fight outside. And now Louis turns it around and then throws him onto the ground. All right, now both men back inside the ring. Off the ropes. Ooh, nice knee to the gut. And now going for a leg lock onto Louis. And this would be something if this ended right here and now. But unfortunately, or fortunately for Louis, he finds a way out of that submission. And then a snap DDT onto Jesse Jackhammer. Hi, Uncle AJ. And then, whoa, nice moonsault into a reverse DDT and a pin. 1, 2, no, only a 1. Oh, let me see what this is here. Okay, cool. Okay. I had to check my messages. 1, 2. And Jesse almost got the pin, but now Jesse has Louis in trouble. Well, but then Louis counters that and ends up with a slingshot kick and then another kick to take down Jesse Jackhammer. Double J. But then slammed on the turnbuckle and then slammed on the floor. And then AJ says, "Hi, Emma." Okay. Well, I'll say what I'll need to say, but I'm not going to say what it is. Oh, you'll message? Okay, fine. That's perfectly fine. I will. I'm very patient, so you can stream or you can message me when you're available to after I've streamed, of course. And I shall send you my response, and I will answer as best as I can, depending on what that situation is. But as it is, over the top rope goes Jesse Jackhammer, and the object is to get a pinfall or submission inside the ring. And these guys, they can fight outside of the ring within the cage as much as they can, but they just have to get it back inside the ring. And I respect you for that, Atticus. I really do, and I'm happy that you've and I appreciate it very, very much, man. I might have to ease my voice a little bit, especially given that we're entering cold season. But I'll also keep you guys informed of how much time we have for each bonus match, because again, if in the event that, as always, any bonus matches we don't get to, or anybody who didn't get a bonus match, or whose bonus matches we don't get to, then we'll save for another time. But right now, these two are just beating the living daylights out of each other. And then sent right into the cage. And then Jesse gets thrown through the cage, and the part of the cage broke. And now It's all gone. It's absolutely gone wild, folks. And now Louis is at the top of the cage, and Jesse's going to climb up and get him. And wait, what's wrong, AJ? Well, Louis, of course, was too busy celebrating. And now, wait, what's he going to do here? Ooh! Nice brainbuster to the knee, and then... And now... Jesse Jackhammer in a lot of trouble. Going for the coat of arms. That's what I'll call it, the coat of arms. Because you're really stringing a guy's arms like something of a flap jacket or a or something like I'm trying to remember the name of that brand of clothing that withholds your arms. But it also works because, you know, knights they operate on a coat of arms, so that's what they have. So that's what I'll call that move that Louis just did. But right now it's Jesse Jackhammer who is... Oh my God! No! Oh my God! Jesse just fell off the top of the cage, by God! A straitjacket, that's it. But it's like a coat, really, but... By God! And how the hell is Jesse Jackhammer still standing? And how the hell is he still fighting? And no way, don't tell me. They're going up again. Yeah, indeed, this is nuts. In fact, it is knucking futz. That's what it is. And I'm not going to say the proper phrase there. If you know, you know. Now going for the armbar, but even if Louis taps out, he can tap out all he wants. That's not going to do it. But, I mean, these guys are just beating the heck out of each other. I mean, even though these two have no real personal issues against one another, but I mean, if Louis and Jesse would do this to each other, can you imagine what they would do to their enemies? I mean, this is insane. Oh, and a spine buster, and my God, his back has got to be jacked, man. Not Hugh Jackman, but you know what I mean. Oh, gonna go for the coat of arms again. And then going to Suplex City, witches, is Louis Levanquer. And now going for a crossface, but again, even if he taps out, that's not going to end the match. And again, he taps out, but again, you can't win. You got to get him back in the ring. And another German suplex, even though Jesse's not a German. Or who knows, maybe he does have German ancestry, as far as I understand it. And then, oh my God! And now it's Louis who falls off! My God! Okay, out of character, I'm gonna take control of Jesse, and then, yeah, there we go. I'm gonna control Jesse and then get him back in the ring. Well, especially now that each man has fallen off, this is insane. And now Jesse telling him, come on back in the ring, baby. Get in here, Louis. All right, here we go. Now we can finish this off. And now, wait a minute. What's Louis doing? No, you cannot be serious. A Canadian jackhammer on Jesse Jackhammer? And it almost beat him. I mean, I guess, I mean, of course. How are you supposed to pin a man using his own move? Really? Although this could put him away. Oh, he's going to go for it. The coat of arms. High blade charge. 1, 2. And that's finally it. Louis Levanquer is still the Mushroom Kingdom champion.
Here is your winner, and still man.
But I mean, both he and Jesse paid an ultimate price.
The Saint, Louis Leviathan.
But this definitely was match of the night, maybe even match of the year. What more could be said? But coming up next is our semi-main event, followed by our main event. But here's the semi-main event. It is Violet Utaker, Andromeda Utaker. These are two, and they're not sisters. They're both sisters-in-law. They both married two men each as part of each. They married a man from the Utaker family. And then, of course, you have Diamond Sky, who is Violet's mother. And then, of course, you have a friend of the family, and that is Patty Chase. So you have Violet and Andromeda, the Starlight Crusaders. And then, of course, you have Patty and Diamond Sky, the Skylights. I mean, really, the match sells itself. And it's for the Women's Tag Team Championship inside a steel cage. How else could I say it? right, here we go. Well, if you wait, me. Okay, so he hadn't said it. Okay. Well, if you know what it is, let's not refer to it here. Let's just keep it within, within the parameters. But anyway, as part of the Dragon Flowers, I give you the Starlight Crusaders. The woman in the red hair, that is Andromeda Utaker. Of course, she started out as part of the Family Black, the Black being the surname. And of course, the woman in purple, or should I say violet, is Violet Utaker. And of course, she has a violet in her hair. But with the Starlight Crusaders and the Skylights, this should be enlightening indeed, Patty. Well, Maddie, if that is true, since I don't know what it is, all I can say is, and I will just say it, it's a suitable punishment. But just know that you have to take responsibility for your actions. Now, I don't know how old you are, out of character, but you must take responsibility for your actions, though. You don't know if it was you? Well, even still, I imagine you might have played a part in it. But for your part, definitely take responsibility for your actions. And it's something that, my mom and dad, they would always tell me, when you do something bad, it's best to face the music and then just I've considered it, but no. I've I'm guilty of doing things I'm not proud of, and my mom and dad would always say it is best that you face the music and you just fess up, tell the truth, and as much as it kills you to do it. And I said, well, why do I have to tell the truth? The truth hurts. Exactly, it hurts, but it sets you free. Yes, and that's all I'm going to leave it at. But yes, Maddie, right now you have a stay of execution. It simply means that you're not gone, but we're getting to that point, and I hope not, but just know that in life you take responsibility for your actions, and that's all I will say. Your job is safe for now, but I will consider it in terms of when I speak with Atticus and whoever else is responsible. I will leave it at that. And as we were talking about that, we were so busy talking about it. This is a cage match in which to win the match, it's not to be by getting the first pinfall or submission in the ring. No, the object is to be the first full team both members of a team have to climb out of the cage and touch the floor. And it looks like Diamond Sky is going to exit first. And and Andromeda fell off. Not too far though, but then a power bomb onto Violet. And this allows Diamond Sky to escape. But now that just leaves Patty by herself. And this might just play in the favor of the Starlight Crusaders, as they can just double team Patty. And now into the Reaper's grasp, but of course, Patty got out of it, only to get hit with the spin kick. And now Violet is going to... Whoa! I don't know if you saw that, but Andromeda got stopped, and then and it happened again. She got stopped and then got bitch slapped. I'm sorry if I said it, but there's no other way I could say it. But Patty is fighting both of the Starlight Crusaders off valiantly. And as that happens, Violet now makes her way out. Oh, and, well, Patty prevents it, but I think if anything, she'd be better off letting one of them out and then focusing on the other. Hey, how's it going there, Lens of Truth? So yeah, this is so anyway, welcome to the show, Lens of Truth. How's everything going in Lens of Truth land? Yeah, all is well. I mean, outside of a few things, but I'm doing pretty well for the most part. Oh, and then Patty fights off Violet. You're resting now? That's awesome. And then Patty just using the power on Violet, and now turns her attention fully to Andromeda. And now it's Patty who's going to look to escape. This would be something if Patty manages to get out right here. All but, of course, Violet manages to stop that. How's the game going? Well, it's more of a show rather than... I mean, yes, we are using a game, and that is WWE 2K24. But it's more... think of it more like a show, like something you watch out of a sitcom or anything like that. Oh, let me clear something up right now. Maddie and Damien didn't do anything wrong other than try to play their character and make a simple mistake that was taken way out of proportion. Well, see, that's why I didn't let go of Maddie or Damien. Not yet. Not without knowing if they were involved in any sort of way. But they were, but they weren't. But it was a simple mistake that was taken out of proportion by other people. So, all right, so they're not guilty or anything like that. Well, that's why I didn't do anything there, Maddie. But no, I'm happy to know that it wasn't you or Damien. So that's good to know. Anyway, back to Lens. The game is going good otherwise. I hope you're doing pretty well there, Mr. Lens. But I can't believe Patty is holding her own against both Starlight Crusaders, but then Fin de Mundo, and of course I had to think that she might have picked that up from, well, I don't want to say a friend of the family, but she probably picked it up from Jose Blanco. right, well, now Andromeda is going to be the one to escape. Oh no, it was totally them. I'm just saying that the reaction given has been ridiculous. Oh wait, my stream is spotty? What? Am I dropping frames? Oh shoot. I hope not. Let me turn down my heater maybe. Well, yes, you are good. I'm happy that that is the case. And now going for the Dragon Wing onto Patty, and she hits it. All right, so now we're down to one-on-one. But I can't say overall in general. Yes. So for now, you do get to stay. And as that happens, now it's Violet who is looking to get out. And now Patty, having been worn down, but now Patty gonna have to make her move right now. And she does just that. No, wait. Patty? Patty? Punches her right in the thigh. I don't think Lucian's gonna be happy about that. But all right, now both women standing on the top rope, and now they both go back down. I still feel the need to be punished. I'll take on the feed in a casket match next show. I mean, I could probably think of another match to put you in, or it wouldn't be a handicap match, but it would be something like maybe a special attraction match or something like that. I'm not sure. I haven't considered that. Or maybe I might actually do it. You never know. Well, now it's Patty that's going to look to escape. Just don't grovel. You don't. But really though, there's no need to grovel about it. In other words, there's no need to cry about it. It's all right. And as that happens, Patty climbs out of the cage or climbs over the top, but she has to touch the ground to make it official, and she does. And the Skylights have retained the Tag Team Championships. And for the time being, the Starlight Crusaders are going to have to focus on their individual efforts for the time being, but who knows? We have not heard the last of them. But for the Skylights, the sky is the limit. And of course, Diamond Sky flashing some gang signs, dog. Anyway, we have a 5-star match, and up next is the main event. I'm still at a loss as to how Patty was able to overcome everything, like Violet and Andromeda, like how she was able to overcome getting double teamed and then stopping Violet, because at one point I thought Violet was going to win and the the Skylights were going to lose the titles to the Starlight Crusaders, but instead the champions retain. And as far as I understand it, the rematch between the Young Clan and the Skylights is on. Yes, the Young Clan and the Skylights. Now, of course, if the Starlight Crusaders had won, we would have had to have another standoff if time permitted. Otherwise, I would have had to eventually put all three teams in there. But no, instead, it will simply be the Young Clan and the Skylights in a rematch for the tag team championships at the soon to be the yet to be named Super Show, which I still have to come up with a name with, but that is the match that will happen on that show. But with that said, let's get to it. Oh, well, if that's well, well, Maddie, I'm happy to say that you're free to go. Not fired or anything like that, but you're dismissed in a good way. That is. As someone who's faced Patty, she's the toughest. Absolutely, she is. Although you could also ask, not Dragonheart. I mean, you could ask Dragonheart, but you could also ask Kaiser Heart how tough Patty is. Hint, hint, wink, wink. Yes. Anyway, let me. But I believe we're. But I believe Tomara. Usually Tomara is with Atticus wherever he is, and I imagine. Well, let me let some of the luminaries know about this. Okay. Let me see. Oh, right. Um. I, Forgive me. I was going back and forth with other things. All right. So Maddie's, or sorry. Well, yeah. Tenu says Night Maddie, and then Tenu also says go DWO. All right. So it's the DWO against the combination of the Anarchy Chaos Enterprises, JW Caliber, Brooklyn Joker, and the leader Azrael Black, and of course and of course their partner for tonight, Tomurata Gaya. All right, let me get Mr. Brooklyn Joker. Okay. Oh yeah, let me let Mr. JW know. And then let me get Mr. Naji here. And I guess while we're going about it, we'll get right to the entrances here. But I gotta say that the NWO are, if I'm not mistaken, four-time Four Kings champions. And even though they don't have the longest singular reign as said champions, they are still one of the more dominant factions to ever be the champions. And for Tomura, for him and for his three friends, or two friends and a mentor, this is his chance to become one of the Four Kings. And he is a former world champion, but he also has other championships uh, with him. I mean, he's the United States champion and the IWGP heavyweight champion. Let me catch up on the chat. Patty's also going to go for the DWO, of course, being that Patty is a part of the sister group, the DWO Nova. And then speaking of diamonds, diamonds are forever, forever. I love that song. And I'm not sure if AJ is still in there. I know that Sly's here. Hmm. Well, oh, you know what? Hang on. Let me put Spike Ryan on the list. But there you see three of the members of Anarchy and Chaos Enterprises, or Enterprise. So you have the Intercontinental Champion, Brooklyn Joker, the man in the top hat. The man in the cowboy hat is the never openweight champion. And then, of course, the man in the bulletproof vest with the wolf, the lichen wolf, is the leader, and that is Azrael Black. And this is Anarchy and Chaos Enterprises. Oh, okay, there we go. Yeah, I mean, really, you're gonna have a lot of championships to carry, man. Well, of course, you can never count your chickens before they hatch. And then, of course, you have the Diamond World Order. So here they are. So leading the way is Diamond Light himself. And of course, the man in the blue and yellow robe, that is Naji. And then, of course, the man with his arms sticking out, that is AJ and his 18-inch pythons, brother. Oh, but no, JW AJ was predicting about the Four Kings titles. That's what he was predicting. And then of course you have the famous raccoon. You have Sly Cooper. So this is the Diamond World Order. And their slogan, Diamonds are forever. And so is the Diamond World Order. Match underway. Here we go. Now, of course, AJ is indeed next to go after Big Blue. Now, I am happy to say that the winner of AJ versus Riker Lancaster will be the one to face off against JW Caliber one-on-one. And who knows, it could be AJ and JW. But we could just as easily get Riker. Wait, what's that, Maddie? Anyway, right now we have Domara and Diamond Light, two former world champions themselves. Damien made a promise to TJ. Well, what was that promise? I forgot. Wait, let me go back and watch it here. Mm. All right, I answered it in the chat. Well, the role play chat, that is. Well, and that's something we'll have to work on off camera though. Meanwhile, let's get back to the match though. I don't want to take anything away from the match though. Whoa, nice move there by Tomura, although I don't know if he hit all of it though. But we'll never know because Naji broke it up. And of course, the rules of this match work more or less the same way as that 3-on-3 match that we had earlier. And then, of course, Tomura just showing off. But he has to be careful not to, raise the ire of the Diamond World Order. I mean, the DWO, they've been in this situation so many times. They know what it feels like. They've lost together. They've won together. And then attack right to AJ. But just as that happens, he gets kneed in the face and then rolls out. And another knee. But then, of course, Tomura was so busy taking out everybody else, he took his eye off the ball, and that is AJ, who hits him with the flame wheel that, of course, he adopted from his friend Flames. And almost got the win, although he might have left himself open getting hit with a spinning back kick, but then broken up by Diamond Light. Say what you want about Diamond Light, but being the leader of the group, he's not afraid of getting his own hands dirty. Though you best believe he will clean up when all is said and done. Off the ropes, and then a body splash right to AJ. And, I mean, if this continues, AJ will be turned into a pancake. Speaking of pancake, that sounds pretty good right now. Oh, but then a spear right to JW. So, I mean, of course, you have two Texans in there. I mean, one of them is one of them is an athletic specimen, someone who is who has everything that you would want in in an athlete. That's what you have. And then the other guy is not afraid of getting dirty, and certainly not afraid of anything, and does not take lip from anybody. Though try to figure out which one of those two guys I'm referring to each. But as that happens, now AJ showing us the strength that he has, the strength of a lion, to be able to get out of that full Nelson from a man who is over 300 pounds or is close to 300 pounds in Joker. But then Joker picks up AJ and then he tosses him right on the floor. But then Joker gets smacked into the post. And now AJ starts to go right back after JW again. And then Joker does the same, but to Najee as well. And then AJ with the Texas Tornado. It is elimination style, or elimination mansion style, as AJ says. No, it's elimination is what it is. But of course, these two do need to be careful about getting counted out, though. Although although AJ and Joker get right back in and avoid the count out, and I don't know how is AJ picking up a man. Oh wait, I forgot. He's got the strength of a lion. And then whoa. I mean, I never knew that Sly Cooper was truly a hardhead. I always thought that was a figure of speech, but I didn't know that Sly Cooper was a hardhead. Literally. One, no. All right, well, now Sly Cooper officially gets in the ring. And a leg drop right into the corner. And now going for, what's he going to go for? A curb stomp right to Brooklyn Joker. But then broken up immediately by Tomura Tagaya. And then goes after JW, but JW gives him a receipt. But instead delivers a back suplex on the apron to Tomura. And Joker does the same to Najee. And then Joker takes out AJ for some reason. I mean, this match has just gotten so wild though. With the type of stuff Sly goes through, I'd be surprised if he wasn't a hardhead. Yeah, but I didn't think he was a hardhead literally. But Hey, it's all good. And now he's going after Azrael Black. I mean, they're going after their. I mean, both Sly and Joker are going after the tag team partners, but not each other. But now they start. But now they start to do so. All right, now the count is up to 5. And I'm not sure what Joker was going to do, but Sly was not going to let him do it. But Sly does throw Joker back in the ring and a quick tag to Azrael Black. Anyway, and now Azrael gets a hold of Sly Cooper, but then Sly turns the tables on him and curb stomps him. And now goes for the pin and broken up by Joker. And now decides to go for the sharpshooter. And that probably would have done it had it not been for the shotgun drop kick of JW Caliber. And now trying to break the man's back is Sly Cooper. Now tags back in AJ. Anyway, nice spin kick, and then a moonsault double knee to the back, and is that enough to do it? 1, 2, no, kick out. But he almost got him, though. And then a T-bone suplex right up against the turnbuckle. Oh, but instead countered by Azrael Black, and then takes a cheap shot right to AJ, and then does the same to Diamond Light. And then a pin. 1, 2, no. Oh, nice crossbody there onto Sly Cooper. 1, 2, no. Broken up by AJ. And that distraction allowed Sly to tag out to Najee. All right, now Sly gets out. And then slams Domara into the ring. And then a big boot by Azrael Black. But you have to think that, as this match continues, the wear and tear will have its effect, especially as the match progresses. Like once we get to like the 30-minute mark or the 40-minute mark of this contest, especially with the clock on the top of on the upper right corner of your screen. Once it gets to that point, then that's when things start to break down as as a silver bullet is hit. 1, 2, nope, broken up by Sly Cooper, but had Sly not broken it up, that probably would have been it. And then a German suplex to Najee again. And well, takes out AJ, but now we have leader versus leader, and a pile driver right to Azrael Black. And now Azrael still feeling the effects of that pile driver. And and Diamond Light, well, he was too busy celebrating and he left himself open to attack. And now going for, I don't think I've ever seen him do that move before, but that was a move that Trish Stratus used to do, and it was called Stratisfaction. But I'm not sure what Azrael calls it. That's for sure. I'm not sure. But then sent into the corner, and oh, this is not good for JW. The Diamond Device. The Diamond Device. That's what uh, the DWO calls that. One, two. It's a play on the Doomsday device from the Legion of Doom, the Road Warriors, whatever you want to call them. Now working on the arm, trying to trying to dismantle the shotgun or the Smith and Wesson. But then a cosmic stunner onto JW, but broken up by Azrael. And we could see these two fight for the championship if AJ is successful. So we give you a little preview and going for the spear, but telegraphed by JW. Then a back suplex, a backbreaker, and a double arm DDT. But seriously, what a fight this is. Anyway, nice reverse DDT by AJ and Tomura. Nice forearm. That's the first time I've ever seen the AI put the double A spine buster out of my arsenal. I'm surprised too. All right. Oh, I had to stretch my leg there. I forgot it was even in there. Yeah, I wouldn't have known until you told me that. But I was thinking of putting in Diamond Sky's Sky High as part of your arsenal, just to say, oh yeah, I got that off of my woman. Anyway, attack right to Sly Cooper. So far, nobody has been eliminated. I mean, we're closing in on 20 minutes, and nobody has been eliminated yet. Yeah, Tiffany Sky. You blown it all sky high by telling me a lie. I again, I really like that song. I mean, it was either that or sing the dirty lowdown, but no, not Diamond Sky, Tiffany Sky. And well, I'm not sure what Najee was thinking. but Domina distracted him and nearly made him pay with that spin kick. And then he just squeezed the life out of Domina, and Domina's out. Yeah, Domina's out. Now it's down to a 4-on-3 in favor of the DWO. So if you're Joker, you got to find a way to eliminate somebody from the DWO and fast. All right, well now tags in JW. Oh, nice cannonball senton, and well that probably would have been it, but broken up by Diamond Light. And then just launching him with that clothesline. Yeah, what a match indeed. But of course it's not over yet. We have seen deficits overcome before. Well, yeah, I mean you have to fight Riker and then you got to beat him and then if successful then you get to face off against JW and then the diamond device onto JW himself. And is that going to do it? One, two, and just a split second and JW was finished. But he can't take too many of those diamond devices and expect to kick out. Then attack to Diamond Light. And a couple of football tackles by Diamond Light. Anyway, a DDT onto Diamond Light. Now attack to Joker. All right. I thought if I waited, I get the one-on-one. Well, you do get the one-on-one. It's the one-on-one with you and Riker, AJ. I'm just saying that if you win, then you'll face off against JW for the title with you as the champion. And as that happens, there's Joker and Sly Cooper, and then wait a minute, Tombstone pile driver right to Sly Cooper, then turns it over to Azrael. And then just stomping a mud hole and then choking him out. Wait, give right. Wait a minute. Give Riker the match with JW, and you'll fight the winner. Uh, Riker is the champion, by the way. I should mention that Riker is the champion. AJ. But as that happens, uh, Sly Cooper just got eliminated by Azrael Black, so now it's back to 3-on-3. Well, never mind. Now it's 3-on-2. This time in favor of Anarchy and Chaos Enterprises. Um, well, you were the champion, but then Riker won the ladder match, if you remember, JW. But no, Riker won the TLC match that happened last Super Show, if you remember. And ooh, Joker almost got eliminated there. But yes, Riker, I can say for certain that Riker is the champ. I'm not joking. I wish I was, but I'm not. But then again, why am I ever joking? Oh, now wait a minute. AJ? With the RKO from off the top rope. Now, Joker got eliminated. So now we're down to a 2-on-2 match. But yes, but in either case, AJ is going to give JW the nod to go after Riker, and AJ will face off against the winner. All right. If that's what AJ wants, then I'm fine with it. That is within his right as the challenger in this case. No laughing. Well, sorry. Shattered Dreams is what AJ calls that move, but now tags in Diamond Light. And it's kind of funny that the last time that and now going for the Diamond Dominator, and that knocks out JW. So it all comes down to this. It comes down to the leader of the Chaos and Anarchy Enterprises, as well as the leader of the DWO and AJ. I'll face Riker. I was confused, is all. Yes. Well, all right, AJ. If that's what you want, just let me know. But I don't want to make this. I don't want to change the card all too often just because of what's indecisiveness is what I was trying to say. Anyway, Azrael knocks out Diamond Light, and now it all comes down to Azrael and AJ one-on-one. And now going for the silver bullet, and he hits it, and we have new Four Kings champions. So you'll face Riker next. All right, cool. I mean, that was the original plan, by the way. So we're good there, AJ. But as that happens, we have new Four Kings champions. Joker, Brooklyn Joker, JW Caliber, Azrael Black, and Tomura Tagaya. So these guys are the new champions, and of course DWO will get their opportunity at another time. Now, whether we have another show like this, uh, I'll make that final determination and also give you guys the name of the super show to come. But we have new four Kings championships. Four Kings champions. Damn it, I got so much gas, man. But I'm also pretty hungry too. Anyway, 5-star match. What a show. Also, let me turn down my heater. It is getting hot now. I'm starting to burn up. Shit. There. There. Anyway. Aw. Okay, so... Alright, so let me go to the next show and... Alright, so I just need to change a couple of things. I need to change the champions. Mainly the Four Kings champions now that we have a new set. So let me award the champions really quickly. Let me get Azrael Black. And then, I mean, of course, when in doubt, always bet on Black. But then JW between the remaining colors, uh, green, blue, or red. What are you feeling, man? What's your favorite of the three? Or did you want black? The color black. All right. Mm. Well, I guess I'll go with red for him. I don't want to take too much of you guys' time. But the prediction was true. I mean, more luggage to bring into the airport or to go through the airport. And if I know Joker, he probably would go with blue to match his outfit. And then, of course, Domara gets green. Wait a minute, where's Domara? Oh, there he is. I for some reason I skipped him. I don't know why. Okay, but everything else is still fine. But anyway, there you see Riker as the champ. Okay, and I also have to do the same thing with outside, and then we'll do a few bonus matches of the people that are here at the very least. But as mentioned before, I do have a bit of a dinner date, so I'm gonna do as many of these as I can. So, all right. Well, congratulations to the new Four Kings champions: Joker, JW, Azrael Black, and Tomura the Gaia. Okay, now we can do our bonus matches, and I will consider doing simply a bonus match show, especially given that I will have a weekend, a 5-day weekend, with Thanksgiving, the day after it, and then the week, and then the weekend proper, things like that. Or I'm sorry, a 4-day weekend, but still, you know what I mean. Okay, so with that, let's get to it. Welcome back, Tenu. Okay. Oh, let me go back. The Blue Toad Wrestling Tag Team Champions. That would be. Oh, go back up. That would be this team: Rob Gamer and Professor Kyle Akers, the Brella Squad. They are the tag team champions. So anyway, so I'm not sure. I don't think Wally is still in the chat, and I don't have a way to contact him. But if he's still in the chat, I'll give him about a minute. But after that, then I'll have to move my way. So I'll have to expedite this a little bit quickly. But of course, that's just what it will be. So I'm looking at my clock, if you will. Just I'm also checking my phone in case anyone sent me any messages that I should know of, and I mean in real life. right, so the minute has passed, and then that same minute will now go to Ty. If Ty is somehow in the chat, again, I don't have a way to contact Ty as much as I don't have a way to contact Wally, but if after this minute passes, then I will go to the next person, and that happens to be Riley. There were some people that I took off the list, but that was just because of inactivity, so I was like, all right, I'm not going to bother with it, so I'm not going to do that to you guys. But yes, Riley will be up next at the start of the next minute, but I'll contact him first since I do have the ability to get to him. But yeah, JW, I hope out of character, JW, you're not upset that you're not the champ, but that's just, but you lost. That's the thing, and like any champion in life is, all you can really do is do much better than you did before. But such is life, really. Okay, let me let Riley know and let him know that he is up next. So I'll let him know really quickly. Okay, let me get Riley. All right, so I'm gonna give him uh, a little less than 2 minutes to, or about a minute and a half to claim it. Right now it's Riley's turn, and if not, then we'll go to Jessica, and if not, we'll go to Cheyenne, and so on and so forth. I know it's tedious, but hey, it is what it is. But anyway, in fact, let me check to see how many people do we have here in the chat. Okay, we got 7 people. Nice. Yes, I already have Diamond Sky. I have Diamond Sky already on the list from previously there, AJ. And that was just from the time that we had bonus matches in UFC. And since I didn't get a chance to have Diamond Sky have a bonus fight there, I was like, all right, I'll just put her on the WWE list and we can do that. But I have Diamond Sky though. Okay, so Riley's time is up, and then since my time is short and I'd want to get as many matches as I can done of the people that are in the chat, the first person that is readily available right now is Cheyenne. So Cheyenne, this is your match. And then the other people include Tenu, Patty, Diamond Sky, and Spike Ryan. And then after that, that's it. Not to say I couldn't add any more people or add any new people, I should say. All right, so Cheyenne is here. So, what match are you feeling, dear? Ooh, ECW. Ugh, excuse me. Oh, sure. Let me put you on the list there, Violet. Ooh. Okay. Let me put you on the list there, Violet. And you want Alba Fire in Extreme Rules. Well, it's only appropriate that we go to ECW for an Extreme Rules match. I like that. Against Alba Fire. All right, let's get it. All right, let me just get the referee for this. Oh, no, 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 no. I want to. Okay, there we go. So we have Alba Fire, and I think this is her first official appearance in a match, that is, as she faces off against Cheyenne. Oh, not a problem, Patty. I will save it. I will save it. I will be happy to save it for you there, Patty. But there she is. Ooh, okay. Let me put you on the list there, Sly. There we go. Although, wait a minute. Cheyenne not gonna wait. And it's kind of funny that, you know, Alba Fire has what amounts to a red colored a red colored bat. I can't talk. And she doesn't even have her ring gear off now, or her entrance gear, like her robes and everything. Oh, now we have a trash can. Oh wow, what a dive! Definitely knocked out Alba Fire, but also knocked out herself. Cheyenne is still a little bit pissed from being eliminated earlier. Okay, that makes sense. But also, I imagine she probably would have wanted to take it out on Alba Fire. So, fair play. All right. Well, now she has her robe off, and now starts to regain or starts to get the upper hand after getting jumped. Now goes for some more toys. Let's see what she has. A ladder. And now both women get back in the ring. Now, to win this match is to pin or force your opponent to submit in the ring. And the referee kind of got trapped and is still getting trapped. Oh, nice move there by Cheyenne, though. 1, 2. Oh, Alba is a part of Chelsea Green's faction called the Secret Harvest, like the president does, but in WWE, if that makes sense. Hmm. I thought it was the Secret Service, much in the way that, the CIA or in Britain the MI6. Well, in any case, Cheyenne does get the win over Alba Fire, so that was a really quick one. That was quick. Now, unless Joker or any of the people that I mentioned earlier all of a sudden show up, uh, the next person that I recall being in the chat was Tenu, Secret Harvest. Secret Harvest? Oh, I get it because it's for Her Majesty's Secret Service. I can't believe it. Violet shines her titles. I would elaborate further when it comes to shining up things really nice, but I'm not going to do that. Yeah, there was fan interest and I was interested in it. The thing is, but one of the things that killed it was the fact that McMahon put all of his fingerprints on it instead of just letting Paul Heyman do what he did best, and that was book the show. The problem was that McMahon put his fingerprints on it, and it's like it doesn't work like that. I see. Okay, so Tenu, you are up next. I mean, at least among the people that are readily available right now. So Tenu, let's find out what your bonus match is going to be. Lay it on me. Well, never say never again, but I wouldn't. But I hate to say it, but you're right. I don't think anyone could trust him. Then again, who could trust? I'm not even going to go there. But at the very least, McMahon probably would never be trusted again. I mean, if his wife couldn't trust him, what makes anybody else think that they could? Except maybe one other guy, but I'm not going to mention him. Is Sly's challenge still open? Yeah, it is. Well, let me put your name down, Damian Richards. I got to make sure I know which Damian I'm referring to. But there you go. Okay, so that's a challenge that we'll be doing though. All right. So anyway, Tenu, this is your your bonus match, man. Tenu, or unless you need to look at the options, I'll do that for you. Oh, I'm sorry. You and Tammy against Spike and Cheyenne. Okay. Well, that's interesting. All right. Let's see. Mixed tag. And let's see. Wait, I forget if they had a. I'm trying to remember if they even had a mixed tag in some places. Oh yeah, they did have one in WrestleMania 30. Let's go to WrestleMania 30. Okay. I'm surprised Cheyenne got another match, but alas, here we go. Okay, Spike Ryan. Oh, Becky Lynch. Oh no, oh no, Violet, you had it right. Becky Lynch. I like that actually. Becky Lynch. Say my name right, Violet, or is it Violet? Of course, I can't do an Irish accent all that well. Oh yeah, yeah, that's right. I'm sorry. It was you and Tammy. I'm not sure if Tammy's watching, but hopefully I can then tell her, hey, you had a second match and Tenu nominated you for it, which I thought that was really sweet of you. Like seriously, that was really sweet of you, man. Um. Oh yeah, Chad Patton was a referee during that event too. Okay. All right, here we go. All right, so what I will do is I'll skip all but Tenu's entrance since we didn't even get a chance to see his, and then we saw Tammy's in that Rumble match that we had earlier. So thank you Tenu for bringing another encore for 3 of our contestants, and then of course you getting your own match, which I thought that was awesome. Okay, and then of course we'll skip this since we're trying to get through. Hmm. I wonder out of character if we can work a storyline where Becky Lynch invades NWA. That would be cool, and I might actually watch that like extensively just to see what happens on that show. And I might be able to watch it more carefully now that I've caught up with my work, which up until recently I wouldn't have been able to say that I could do it, but I'm happy to say that I can. So there's that. Well, anyway, there you see man and wife. And then there you have Tammy Martinez once again. And now we get to see Tenu's entrance full stock. Here we go. Becky trashed. Oh, uh-oh. Hang on a moment. Okay, there we go. I was fixing the video there, but anyway, there you see Tenu Miyalagan. And I noticed that Tenu tends to talk about uh, large cats, and I always forget if he's a tiger or a lion. I want to say he's a lion. Yeah, he's a blue lion. Which then raises the question: if Spike Ryan is a large animal, mainly a cat, but you could also go with a animal large enough to stand up to a lion or a tiger or something like that, what would that animal be? As in, what animal would you be there, Spike Ryan? Anyway, oh, more like Becky Crash. And then Patty says, Becky, quit spewing lies about a show you are not even on. And then hits Violet. Wow, Violet. She hit Violet in the. She hit Violet in the face with a belt, one of her belts. And all right, well now, and as Becky was getting attacked, Seth Rollins had to get Becky out of there. All right, so Becky's left. She's out. So Seth took out. Well, he didn't take her out like that. He just took out Becky from. She took Becky away from getting beat up. That's what I was trying to say. I can't talk. But it just goes to show how hungry I am. Actually, I'm not. I wish I was joking, but I'm not. Anyway, now a tag to the men. We had a nice standoff between Cheyenne and Tammy Martinez, given that they had briefly interacted during that match. But it really just goes to show how tough Tammy was, but also how fortunate she was to get as close as she was to the end. Uh-oh, now, wait a minute. Guys, oh, no, don't do this, don't do this. By God! And Spike just got spiked right into the barricade. And now he gets thrown back in the ring. But then gets clotheslined, and again, and a sling blade. And a headbutt. I mean, that's definitely using your head. One. No, kick out. Seth, I want that title. The NWA Women's World Champion? Oh, I see. Well, you know what? I think you just inspired me out of character to do something, but it does involve the NWA though. Even though you're referring to the WWE 2K25 version of it. Wow. That says a lot when Seth is considered the voice of reason, considering all the rash decisions that he's made. And he would know, he's been through it. Like, he remembers what he did to Roman, and he still remembers the time that he did, and he looking back on it, it was like he created a monster. He knows what he knows what it's like. Oh no. Wait a minute. Is Violet turning into the Hulk? Or at the very least, is she growing muscles or just mad? Oh, yes. Thank you, Lucian. Thank you for, yeah. Yeah, just grab a hold of your Violet sweetheart, man. And besides, that's one thing that Becky will never take away. Like, she can never take away your Lucian, or she can never take away someone that truly loves you. And as that happens, I mean, we were so busy talking about what was happening in the chat. Oh, whoa! An Alabama slammer from Tenu Mialagin, even though he's not from Alabama. Or is he? I'm not sure. Okay, there we go. But so far, these two are doing pretty well in the ring. And then a clothesline. And then a huge right hand. Be careful what you ask for, Becky. You might just get it. Oh, and a rake in the eyes. And now, wait, what's she doing? And she hits the Sister Abigail move, but she calls it "Sweet Child of Mine." And a running knee onto Tenu Mialagin. And now goes for a bear hug. I'm surprised Spike Ryan even has the strength to do this to a man who is, all intents and purposes, very thick. With one C. can't defend it here unless Dragonheart okays it. Yeah, and by the same token, Violet can't defend the championship on NWA unless Dragonheart signs Becky to into a deal, whether it's a one-match deal or whether it's a definitive contract or something like that. But that's up to Dragonheart, and that's within his jurisdiction. It's not up to me, of course. Anyway, a kick out by Tenu Miyalagan. But then Spike Ryan with the curb stop right to Tenu. And is this it? 1, 2. No. Now, we do have a... So, basically my dinner date is... I have to leave by 7:30 Pacific, that is. Or at the very least get ready by that time. So unless this match ends between now and the 15-minute mark of the hour, then I'll have to stop. But if it does finish, I should say, excuse me, then I will do another one. But if it doesn't, then we won't, is what I was trying to say. Ooh, and another punch. But, I mean, again, as mentioned before, I could always do a bonus match show. Much in the same way that Kelly and several other people are doing it. 1, 2. Well, we are going to have another bonus match as Spike Ryan does put away Tenu Miyalagan after that super kick. Well, I'll tell you one thing, Tenu. Even though I give you credit for standing up to Spike Ryan, but Spike Ryan got the job done. But I definitely will give you a thank you bonus for that. And for Spike Ryan, of course, he gets paid more money. I mean, by default, I mean, he won the match, as did Cheyenne. In character, that is. I'm being within character here. Anyway, a 3-star match. But congratulations to Spike Ryan. All right, not a problem, Tenu. Thank you for coming in, and we'll see you again on the next show. Oh, speaking of the... Actually, before you go, Tenu, speaking of the next show, I actually, it does involve one other person, and hang on a moment. Let me talk to that person really quickly in the DMs. Let me do this really quick. But the next person that is available right now is Diamond Sky herself. But let me just send a quick DM really quickly because it does involve this person that's in the chat. So, but it is planned for tomorrow, so I want to run it by this person, and if given permission, then I will disclose it. I just didn't want to do it and put the person on the spot, if you know what I mean. Okay. Okay, so I just typed it in the DMs really quickly. What haven't that are not the main ones? All right, let's take a look. Let's take a look. Oh, wrong tab. Let's take a look there, Diamond Sky. But I did send your brother a DM really quickly. How far are you on the list? As it actually turns out, you're right after Sky. Oh, and I feel bad for you there, Ryan. Spike Ryan. Okay, let's take a look and see what you have, Diamond Sky. Oh, right. Women superstars. Duh. better. So you have the WCW Women's Classic Championship. You have the Blue Toad Wrestling controlled WWE Women's Championship. And you're also the tag team champion, but of course we already determined that. Okay, so you have. So these are the two championships you do have, but which one of them are you willing to defend? But yeah, I'm very sorry about that, Brandon, but it is what it is. It's just that, I didn't. Anyway, let's find out what Diamond Sky says, though. All right, cool. But like I said, there's always the chance that I will do a bonus match show. So we'll do that. Oh, that's yeah. Although in that case, that's up to AJ if he wants to do that. No, I'm not watching Full Gear, uh, Wally. But yeah, Diamond Sky, have you made your decision yet? Oh, oh, okay. All right. So the person in question, oh, you'll defend the WCW title, and you'll face Carmelita for, and it could be the. Oh, so you're willing to put up the WCW title and for Carmelita to defend her Cyberspace Federation World Championship. So, in other words, you're putting up the WCW title. Oh boy, okay. Well, let's find out what happens then. Not a problem there, Wally. Thank you so much for coming in. I appreciate it. Okay, let's see. Let's see. And you know what? Let's go back to Champions Road. It's only appropriate that we have this. But then what kind of match is this? Is it a normal match or is this Extreme Rules or what sort of match is this? Like no holds barred or a table match or a cyberspace cell rules match? Well, let's see if yeah, we can do that. If not, we'll just have to do it. Well, let's see what uh Carmelita says. I'm fine with that. But with so much at stake, I also want to be sure that I give Carmelita her best um, chance as well, in addition to Diamond Sky. Because of that whole Hunter situation, I haven't been able to defend my title for a while. Well, maybe a Cyberspace Federation Cell Rules match wouldn't hurt. Well, in that case, let me go to Cyberspace. You do? Oh wow! All right. Well, let me go to custom matches. Cyberspace Cell match. All right. So Diamond Sky, I'm going to put you over here. No, not Diamond Light, Diamond Sky. I'll give you your second outfit. And then Carmelita, let me. Okay, the rules are set. All right, cool. And then let's make it a double title match. Let's see. So we have. Um, no, not that one. Where's the other one? The cyberspace title and the WCW title. So either Carmelita is going to walk out with more hardware, or Diamond Sky will become, once again, the Cyberspace Federation World Champion. Oh, yes, and then for the DMs. So, yeah, the person in question was AJ. So, so as this thing loads, this will give me a chance to answer what's going to be the next show, and that is this Sunday at 5 o'clock Pacific, 7 Central, 8 Eastern. It is going to be a collaboration between myself, AJ, and Stargamer. Now, at this time, we don't have any idea if we have a fourth person or if it's just us three, but we are going to play Mario Party Jamboree. And of course, being that Stargamer is the one that put this whole thing together, he is overall the host of the show. So I'm not the host. I'm just simply one of the guests. But I am here to at least let you know what the next show will be, and it's a collaboration of. And as that happens, there you see Diamond Sky with the WWE, and in this case, the WCW Women's World Championship. And it's just a shame, though, that that championship never really got fully utilized, because I think it's a wonderful championship that could have been expanded upon or expounded upon, but we'll never know. But there you see Diamond Sky. Oh, and there. Oh, okay. So we do have a special briefcase entrance. Look at this. Yeah, normally Carmelita would be coming out to the ring with her motorcycle, but she's got the briefcase. But on the other hand, she looks pretty swag with the briefcase. But I'll find a briefcase that is more suitable to her soon enough.
Introducing first.
And of course, naturally, Brandon Cornwell, or Spike Ryan, whatever you want to call him, is going to remain neutral. I mean, of course, these are two good friends of his. There you see the WCW Women's Champion, Diamond Sky.
And her opponent from Paris.
And I give credit to Carmelita for doing this, because she didn't have to do it. She really didn't have to do it. But she was willing to do it, and AJ was all too willing to accept, given that this is his company. But it's also kind of nice to see the 2K24 version of this show. I would have done this at Gold Rush Day 2, but the Hunters happened. And then, so that's how we had this whole chase that featured a big storyline and things like that. I'm just happy that we were able to have it in this universe, where the Hunters are not here. But right now, that does not matter. What matters is this match. Now, Diamond Sky gets thrown over the top rope and out of the ring. And while Carmelita has competed in a few of these, really, Diamond Sky, AJ, and Violet have competed in and have won more Cyberspace Federation cell rules than any cell rules match than any other person than anybody else in the history of this stipulation. Oh, I'm sorry, the hub or the HUD, I should say. Thank you, AJ. There we go. Anyway, nice fisherman suplex. Off the ropes. And then a spinning neck breaker. One? No. Off the ropes. Anyway, nice drop kick. But then Diamond Sky with a slingshot poison Rana. I mean, of course it makes sense given that at times Diamond Sky can be a poison pixie. I mean, she is queen of the fairies after all. But right now Carmelita is just trying to weather the storm and looking to get back on the horse, so to speak, even though she's a fox. And then, of course, Diamond Sky getting slammed into the cage, which is not that uncommon given the fact that Carmelita has been behind bars and has put people behind bars. So she knows what it's like to be behind or be in a cage. Especially given she is a police officer. Ooh, nice counterpunch there by Carmelita. And now Carmelita's starting to take control of this fight. But yes, this is... Oh yeah, I forgot to mention this. So this is the last match of the show. So however long this is, that's what it is, though. Yeah, they're both tough, so they have to come up with something unique or come up with a devastating move to gain the upper hand. And I'll tell you one thing that is kind of scary. If Diamond Sky and Carmelita would do this to each other, can you imagine what they would do to their enemies? I mean, you would have to think that Diamond Sky and Carmelita would show no mercy at all. And then sent into the cage again. And again. So now Diamond Sky giving Carmelita Fox the receipt, but then decides to throw her back in the ring, which, if anything, the inside of the ring is probably the safest place, if I'm being completely honest with you. Anyway, nice counter there by Carmelita. And a slingshot drop kick. And a pin. Now, one, to score a point is by pinfall or by knockout. There are no submissions. Though that's not to say you couldn't knock out somebody with a submission move if you would. nice snap suplex there to Diamond Sky. Did destroy Clockwork's Heat Chip, which destroyed his entire body. Was it the fact that the Hate Chip destroyed him from the inside, or was destroying him internally in terms of his morals and everything like that, to that if the Hate Chip itself got destroyed, it would destroy Clockwork? Much like anything in life, when you allow hate to inhabit your heart, the moment you hit it where it hurts, to a point of no return, that's just what happens to you. And in a way, it's kind of like, what do I have to live for? And to me, it's a fate worse than death at times. Metaphorically speaking. I'm not saying physically. But what happened to Clockwork was just a physical manifestation of what happened in that whole thing. But Sly, you know better than I do. You know more about Clockwork than anybody. But I imagine that as far as Clockwork was concerned, it didn't have to be this way, but it was. So while Sly is gonna respond with an answer of anything, I'm just gonna say these two are beating the brakes out of each other. In fact, you could say they are beating the living daylights out of each other is what they are doing. And now Carmelita gets right back inside the ring. But then runs right into the Diamond Destroyer. And a pin for the first fall. 1, 2. No! Carmelita kicks out. I don't know how she did that. The Hate Chip kept Clockwork alive for thousands of years. And once it was gone, his age caught up with him. Oh. So it worked in that sense. So in other words, if there was a song that would best describe Clockwork, it was "You're so vain. You probably think this song is about you. You're so vain." And yes, that is a song by Carly Simon called "You're So Vain." You're So Vain. And, you know, she's the same singer that did songs like Anticipation and, what else? I Haven't Got Time for the Pain. And one of my all-time favorites, Nobody Does It Better. And that one was from The Spy Who Loved Me, the movie. And out goes Diamond Sky. I mean, of course, when it comes to the love of Sly Cooper's life, it's fair to say that when it comes to Carmelita Fox, that the way that Sly feels to her is nobody does it better. And Diamond Sky's like, I need to fire up. Well, let's find out what happens here. Nearly 10 minutes and we don't have a fall yet. But Carmelita, sends her outside again. Man, these two have been fighting outside of the ring for the most part. This is insane. continuing to uppercut each other. And just going back and forth between these two. Anyway, nice back elbow though. Well, Diamond Sky is starting to fire up as intended. And then Diamond Sky sent over the steel steps and then just slammed on the floor again. And slammed into the steps again, man. I'm giving everything I got at you, bestie. Oh, nice counterpunch there by Diamond Sky. And now Diamond Sky gets sent into the steps. This is insane. And of course, Carmelita doing the same to return the favor as well. Oh! I don't know if you saw that, but Diamond Sky slammed Carmelita's head into the steps, and that actually got a knockout. I did not know that. And now Diamond Sky going for the trifecta bomb. Okay, well that didn't knock her out, but goes for the cover nonetheless. 1, 2, and we have a new Cyberspace Federation Women's World Champion. But no, out of character, I never seen that before.
And WCW Women's Champion, Diamond Sky.
Well, at least we know that Carmelita does get a rematch for that championship, but again, that's up to AJ. That's his company. I'm not going to place any jurisdiction onto that. But one thing I will say is that we have a new cyberspace champion. And being that Diamond Sky is also the general manager, I imagine Carmelita will definitely get a bonus in terms of match performance, because this was a masterpiece. The match itself was a masterpiece. Okay, so it's official. AJ says that Carmelita will defend, or not defend, Diamond Sky will defend against Carmelita at an event yet to be done, given that AJ, of course, is still trying to take care of the hunters that are inhabiting in his universe, and that's something that we'll look forward to when that time comes. But until then, this is the Blue Toad to Jew 22, and man, I am hungry as heck. And I'm gonna also take some time to. Sumide is the GM. Mm. Well, they're gone, by the way. Oh no. Well, that's sad. Well, I'm hopeful that in some other universe you'll find a way. There's always the multiverse. But anyway, out of character, I just want to say thank you for watching, and I thank you for enjoying the show. whether you were here at the start, during the middle, or at the end, whether for 1 minute, 1 hour, or the whole show. Oh, they are gone. Awesome. Oh, okay. I thought you were talking about like Diamond Sky or people in your family dying or something like that, but thank God they're gone. Anyway, as I was saying, this is the Blue Toad to Jew 22. I'm gonna call it a night. I'm gonna rest my voice, get a little something to eat, and then rest up. And I'll be ready for tomorrow at 5 p.m. Pacific. Until then, to Jew 22, signing off. Have a good night, everybody.